IMSA Radio is live from trackside. It's the countdown to green to the 19th Petit Le Mans, presented by Harris Cherokee Casino. The cars, drivers and teams are ready, and Shea Adam is at the head of the grid.
Please rise and remove your hats as we welcome Jeffrey Akana, local tenor and recording artist, to sing the French national anthem.
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour déclaré arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans les campagnes, Migi, ce féroce soldat, ils viennent jusque dans vos bras, égorgez vos fils, vos campagnes, aux armes citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'un zombie abreuve vos sillons.
Reinforcing the link with Le Mans, that was the French national anthem. And please stay standing and keep your hats removed as we welcome Mona Aboud, 16-year-old Lakeview Academy student, to sing the American national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof still there? Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Are you ready to go racing? Please welcome back Olympic silver medalist and hometown hero Amanda Weir to give those famous words in motorsport. Amanda, when your sport gets starting, there's a horn that sounds. And this one, we have words to say. Do you know what they are? Have you practiced them?
I have practiced a little bit.
And you feel confident in what you're going to say?
I think so. This is more exciting than a horn.
That's for sure. Well, it's time for your practice to pay off. You ready to say it?
I am. Let's do it. Drivers, start your engines!
The WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
It's the final round of the 2016 WeatherTech Championship, the grand finale to the IMSA season. And we're back for the 19th time at Road Atlanta for Petit Le Mans. Been a couple of other shorter races here too down through the years, but this is the Blue Riband event. This is the one that the drivers and the teams want to come back to win. The crowds are out in force. Huge crowds with the bleachers filled on the front stretch by the support paddock entrance and exit. 3-4 people deep all the way down to turn number 1. Big crowd here this weekend up on the hillsides at turn 5 through to the tricky turn 6 and all of the RV places down the back straight through 8-9 towards 10A and 10B. Absolutely packed. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf, Shea Adam and Jim Roller taking you through the next 10 hours of racing. Michelin post-race tech to follow that. I have a suspicion we'll have plenty to talk about by the end of this evening's action. FM 97.9, Sirius 106 and 145 with XM channel 203 also devoted to our coverage. More opportunities to listen with the IMSA app and the Radio Show Limited network around the world on the web. The biggest sports car audience of the year, other than at Le Mans 24 hours. This is the end of the season, but it's the beginning of a fantastic opportunity for these cars and drivers. And Jeremy Shaw, in most of the classes, we've not seen fields that are so closely matched here for a very long time, and certainly not since the merger have we had the quality and depth of field in all the classes that we see here this weekend. This is true top-class international motor racing.
There are no make weights among this field, John. It is absolutely action-packed. It's quality-packed. It's just a great lineup of cars and drivers here. This is top-notch stuff. I think we're in for a fantastic race. I can't remember seeing a bigger crowd here at Road Atlanta than we've got right now, and I've been coming here for a lot of years. It's absolutely sensational. The weather gods have been marvellous, and John Dooner got it absolutely right with his invocation there. That was wonderful to hear, John. Thank you very much indeed for that. Yeah, this is really, really exciting. This is 10 hours, absolutely flat-out motor racing. I'm sure we'll see a few caution periods, but they'll just add to the strategic decisions these teams are going to make on pit lane.
Let's head down to Jim Roller, our Continental Tire, one half of our Continental Tire pit lane team. Jim, you've been to pretty much every one of these. I've only missed one. I'm seeing people here spectating from places I didn't know they could even get to.
Yeah, exactly. There's people in grandstands. I've never seen people in grandstands before, and you're right, John. I'm one of the lucky ones. I've not missed one of these yet, and this is an absolutely fantastic crowd. Good for you folks. I hope you have a great day and a fun day, because this is going to be some of the best sports car racing you've ever seen.
bittersweet, Jim, end of an era for a couple of our classes in terms of what's out there. The Daytona prototypes, not always beloved of all sports car enthusiasts, but in the last couple of 3 seasons, they've really come of age, and the Daytona prototype Corvette bodies certainly a lot prettier and a lot more purposeful than in the early days. It's their last hurrah this weekend.
Yes, and they're going to be sadly missed, because they played an important role in the history of American sports car racing. And like them or loathe them, whichever side of that debate that you fell upon, you cannot deny their importance and their history in American motorsports. And it's been actually very interesting to see how they have developed over the years. And let's face it, they're race cars. They got 4 wheels, a steering wheel, and an engine. What's not to like?
Yeah, and a great sounding engine as well. More from Jim and Shay throughout the next 10.5 hours or thereabouts. The other car that we won't see back here again, Jeremy, although its life in IMSA racing has been extended through to next year and the Daytona 24 hours, the Rolex 24 at Daytona, is the Panoz, the Elan-powered Delta Wing, if you like, the prototype of prototypes.
Yeah, tremendous. And it is sad that we're only going to see that one more time, but it is good news we're going to see it one more time, because we thought this was going to be its final race as well. That is the fastest car here on the straightaway by quite some margin. So if you're on the back straight there, watching the cars come down towards turn 10 and into the chicane, watch for that car to show some real speed down there. And it's a real crowd-pleasing car. I think it's fantastic now, and it's going to be, that crew is quietly confident going into this race.
Had a chat with Catherine Legg this morning up at Marion's as we were getting our breakfast, and thank you to Marion, Sandra, the rest of the team for not just this event but the whole season of looking after us all here at IMSA. And Catherine said her engineer, her engine technician, is normally pretty quiet and just sits there looking at the data, but when they were looking at the top speeds through the early part this week, and once 180 was cracked, and they have cracked 180 miles an hour down the back straight, he got really animated. So she said, I've not seen him like that before. Amazing stuff from the Panoz Delta Wing, home ground for it this weekend, of course.
And that car led here briefly, did I think, last year in the early stages of the race. Also led at Daytona legitimately at the beginning of this year. So this is the sort of track that does suit the car, and if they can keep it out of trouble, hey, who knows what can happen.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us down through the next few hours. Jeremy and I keeping a little weather eye on the social media, but more looking over our shoulders here as the Audi R8 pace car turns into the pit lane, and the 19th running of Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta, the final round of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship for 2016, and we are racing, and already cars off onto the circuit. The fireworks herald the arrival of the field at turn number 1. Looked like one of the Starworks cars got a little bit wide there, one of the PC cars further back in the field. But at the moment, it's still Ollie Pla who's held onto the lead going into the first corner.
Yeah, that was Stefano Coletti there, the rally driver at the exit at turn 12. And he kept it on the road here, though. The Ford GT leads the GTLM field.
Ford, Corvette, Ferrari, Ford, Ferrari, Corvette, BMW. That is just glorious to see. And the whole of the GTLM field qualified within 0.65 of a second. It's the closest top-class GT field in terms of time of qualification we've ever had here at Petit Le Mans, and it is quality from front to back. And those guys who qualified at the back, and Nick Tandy was the last of the qualifiers in the Porsche. Nick Tandy, who won overall here last year, yes, that Nick Tandy. None of those 10 cars are out of the running here, because when you're less than half a second or 3/4 of a second away from pole position on a qualifying lap around here, it's quite remarkable. Talk to the IMSA officials, actually, who log every single lap for their analysis and calculations of balance of performance, and that's also sometimes a dirty word. The graph in that GTLM category was flatter than in the spec class of Prototype Challenge, even taking out the outlier of Mark Cavamo here. Didn't have a great run this weekend. So it is just a remarkable job that those guys have done in getting cars a very, very different philosophy to be able to race door to door, wheel to wheel, wing mirror to wing mirror. Opening laps then, Olivier Pla pulling out a 1.6 second lead for the final outing for that car as well, of course, let's not forget. And also the final race in IMSA competition, as far as we know, for John Pugh, deciding to step away from the championship for a little while at least. He's been such a great supporter of this form of racing. And this Honda-powered Ligier chassis in the hands of the works driver, Ollie Pla, really has been the class of the field in terms of the times. There will be passes, there will be excitement early on. Paul Miller Racing in the Lamborghini at the moment, the 48 car looking to get around Stevenson's Audi in GT Daytona. And that is the battle for 7th and 6th position. Madison Snow and Lawson Aschenbach, but these are early days, and what we're expecting to see here is not something that looks like a 20-lap sprint, although these are racing drivers after all, so frankly, who knows. But we're expecting to see something more like the early rounds of a heavyweight World Championship boxing match. People jabbing, just feeling themselves out, trying to find out where they are with the opposition and where the opposition are, where they are in terms of their strengths and weaknesses. But in terms of the lap times, Jeremy Shaw, nothing being left out early. 13.7 from Pla. All right, it's not quite a lap record yet, but it's not far off. It's not hanging around from Pla.
It's a tenth and a half away from a lap record here. Set a couple of years ago by Ho Pin Tung in a similar car. That was a Ligier Honda as well. And we've now got a new mark because he's just gone around at 1:13.595 as Olivier Pla. So we do have a new track record already. And he's put 2.5 seconds between himself and the chasing pack.
A couple of very eagle-eyed viewers noticing that the Wayne Taylor Racing Corvette prototype was behind the prototypes at the start. Yeah, that was a change of tyres on that car, which put it to the back of the prototype grades. Remember, you've got to qualify on at least 3 of the 4 Continental tyres in that category on which you qualify.
Yep, indeed. So that car's already worked its way past all the PC cars. And now the PC field is actually led by Alex Popo. Had a great run yesterday in qualifying, missed out on the pole by 0.059 of a second, which is fairly remarkable. But it's Popo that took the lead at the start of this race, though, in PC, and the pole sitter Robert Alon initially fell back to 3rd place. He's now worked his way up to 2nd. Stefano Coletti has followed him also past Kenton Cook, who made a great start to run 2nd in the first couple of laps, now back into 4th place for Performance Tech Motorsports.
You guys were talking about times earlier, and 1:13s being what our leader is turning currently. This race is so much different than Daytona or Sebring or Le Mans because of that pace. They'll do so many more laps because at a 1:13 at Daytona and Sebring, the lap times are up closer to 2, and of course at Le Mans they're in the 3s. So the whole pace of the race is much more intense. The traffic is much more intense. That's what makes this race completely different and a unique element to the Tequila Patrón North American Endurance Championship.
It's a very good point, Jim, actually, that you make there, because you're only going to get 3 or 4, maybe 5 laps for Ollie Pla before he starts catching the back of the GT Daytona field, and from then on until we get a caution when that comes and the reset of the field, traffic is going to be an issue, and that's where our IHG Rewards Club keys to the race comes in, and patience is at the top of the list in these early stages of the race. Patience, pit stop and pace when it's dark. 3 Ps there, and the guys will already be looking at the data for the pit stop, and when that pit stop window opens for the first time, whether you're at the front of the field or just sitting at the moment, maybe saving a little bit of fuel in behind some of your competitors. A little bit of grass in the front air intakes of Joey Hans, 66, so he hasn't been completely comfy in the early laps of this race. Looks like he's been off onto the red Georgia Clay early on, sitting in behind 2 Ferraris at the moment, which Daniel Serra in 4th position and Tony Vielander in 3rd, 68 and 62 respectively. There's a little bit of a bump on the start of the race, and also, and thanks to Jason in TV for picking this up for me, looks like the Ford driver's side mirror going into turn 1 was displaced. Yes, that's gone there as the Ferrari and Ford came a little too close for comfort, and that is going to be an issue for Joey Hunt. Won't be able to see what's right there. It's just, oh, brilliant pick up from Ray Wendell. Thanks, Ray. That is the Ford mirror on the grass at the exit of turn 1. Rooftop Ray with us this weekend again. A lot of the crew here that you'll have known from down the years. BA, Tess, one or two others whose names you'll have heard me call out over the last 19 years. Camera operators, technicians down in Dingledell, which is where down at the far end there, where the TV compound is.
They've moved it now, actually. It's further out.
It's a little bit further round, you're right, a little bit more hard standing.
But look, hey, what a great battle.
A lot of fans down there, by the way, in the trucks as well. Thanks, ladies and gents, for all your hard work this year. Yeah,
enthusiasts there as well, and like the rest of us. And what a battle is going on in PC right now. They're coming, heading towards turn 1, and Robert Alon has moved his way into the lead of that pack now, in car number 52 for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. Stefano Coletti has followed him through into second place. So Alex Papau lost 2 positions on that lap for Starworks Motorsport. That is a championship leading car in car number 8. He will share that car with Renke van der Zende, and also this weekend with David Heinemeier Hansen. I was chatting with that trio last night. We were joking about the fact that in the night practice here on Thursday, all 3 of them had a spin in the car, and they were kind of comparing notes on who had the fastest as a spin. It was quite amusing. And
who got the best style marks from the judges?
Yeah, Alex Renke comes on top. He was in 5th gear when he spun it.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it is. It didn't hit anything.
I was going to say, didn't hit anything.
That was the good news.
No damage. Well, we said it'd be 3 or 4 laps. It was indeed 4.5, 5 laps. And Ollie Pla already into the traffic. He's on his 8th at the moment. 55 in second place. Tristan Nunez, then another former Mazda alumni, Dane Cameron, in 3rd position. He's taking the opening stint for the Action Express 31 car. Tom Long in the 70 Mazda in 4th position. Then the 5, the lighter coloured Action Express car, Christian Fittipaldi. Championships on the line here for the Action Express twins. At the head of the championship, the car's weaving through traffic into turns 6 and 7. Man, it's busy up on the driving school area at turn 6 and 7 with motor coaches and camping there, and all the way down drivers left. That area that was built in a few years ago for some extra RV space is all filled up, as well as Porsches on Porsche action down to turn number 10A in the GTD. That's Matt McMurray, who started the 73 Park Place Porsche, the darker of the 2 cars, battling with Mario Farnbacher.
Yeah, but a long way behind Jerome Bleckerman, who's just checked out. 9.4 seconds after 7 laps of racing. That is absolutely remarkable. All of those GTD cars, by the way, have just been lapped for the first time. They've completed 7 laps, and the race leader, Olivier Pla, has completed 8. And he is just checking out here. He's got now a 7-second lead over Tristan Nunez. Absolutely incredible, almost a second a lap.
This now a time-certain 10-hour race, so Ollie Pla can relax in knowing that the strategy that they set out will not be affected in terms of time by anything that goes on around him. What it will be is in terms of Pearson's pit stop. So we've had 13 minutes of the 10 hours. Remember, it's a few years now since we've had the 1,000 miles or 10 hours before, 1,000 miles or 10 hours, whichever comes first, which was always very tricky for the strategists, because if you're not in the top class, that meant you really had to watch the top class, because you didn't know when your race was going to end and you weren't in control of it. You were being controlled by the pace of the guys at the front of the field, and that makes back timing your pit stop strategy nigh on impossible. It's like playing chess in 3D while blindfolded with one hand behind your back and white noise playing in your ear. But other than that, it's dead easy.
Yeah, piece of cake.
So Ollie Platt in traffic. Jim Roller would have managed that easily because he used to produce 3 different TV shows from one truck with 1 set of cameras and 3 different sets of play-by-play commentators, so he would have managed it no problem at all.
All of a sudden, that PC battle, I mean, 3 laps ago, there were 5 cars absolutely nose to tail. Since then, they've completely spread out. Robert Alon, that boy is a star. I mean, quiet he might be out of the car, but when he gets put behind the wheel, he's a lion. Absolutely charging now. He's gone from 3rd, he dropped to 3rd on the opening lap, now into the lead and pulling away from Stefano Coletti, who's a massive amount of experience. He's driven he won races in GP2. He was racing IndyCar last year. He's been racing LMP2 cars in Europe. And had some difficulties in qualifying, but he's doing a super job in the race in 2nd place.
Should just mention Tommy Treacy started the number 20 car that was qualified by Johnny Morlam in his last outing here at Petit Le Mans in his last major international race. There were the guys at Bar 1. Brian Alder is a real enthusiast and stand-up guy, and very sportingly offered Johnny the chance to qualify the car in his last race, hoping to get pole position. Obviously that didn't work out for them, so they took the penalty and put Tommy in, because in terms of tactics that works better for them to get Tommy his driving time in that class, which is 3 hours.
3 hours, yeah. Correct. It was 3 hours, yeah. And he came up with a novel reason for not having got the pole, Johnny. He said, I don't have any excuses, but the lap time predictor wasn't working. I guess he needs the motivation of a lap time predictor rather than, hey, you know. Yeah,
if you're trying something different at a corner, you need to know whether it's working. And it was 0.085
like that,
of a second that he missed pole by. So
he didn't need to make excuses.
No, it was so close.
It was a great effort. And again, Robert Alon, for a guy, he's only been racing in 2 years. In 2 years in the Mazda Prototype Lights Championship presented by Cooper Tires. And those are the cars that are racing here the last couple of days. 2 years of that, no karting, no nothing else other than that. Comes into this series this year with PR1 Matheson Motorsports, 4 pole positions, 2 wins, just an amazing debut season. And look at him now, he's pulling away even from somebody of the quality, known quality of Stefano Coletti.
Yes, with big downforce experience in GTLM. What a season it's been. Corvette on the cusp of all 3 championships, drivers, teams and manufacturers. And they've done it before, not for a wee while. Talking to Doug Feehan earlier on this week for our fan reporter piece for ZF, which you'll find via ZF.com. Jack Chalowski was asking the questions, and Doug telling me if they do win these championships this year, he feels it will be the hardest battle that they've had since the days of Aston Martin and the other manufacturers in the championship, and that's saying something. But that's how tough the competition has been this year in GTLM. Extraordinary. BMW reinforcing their commitment to this class with a plan to build a full house GT Le Mans car that can go to Le Mans rather than the IMSA class car that they've got at the moment, which is in fact hassling the back of the Corvette. It's the number 100, John Edwards, behind Tom Milner at the moment. BMW with a LMP1 program, a hybrid program to come as well in the next few years, putting an inordinate amount of money aside to develop that LMP project, but have already made the commitment to come back to Le Mans, and that will be a brand new car for BMW, not the M6, and not also the new sports car that they're developing in conjunction with Toyota, which is the new Toyota Supra, of course, will be a platform share with BMW. Toyota have the exclusive on the coupe, that likely to become the new convertible BMW, smaller car. Suggestions from within Germany that new Le Mans car, GT Le Mans and GTE car, is likely to be badged an M8 or something similar, based on the new 7 Series, a shortened 7 Series chassis. So that'll be another big coupe Grand Tourer in the best possible sense. Exciting times ahead for GT racing in GTLM and of course in GT Daytona here in the IMSA series, with Lexus and Honda having already announced programs for next year. And it sounded like John Bennett of Core Autosport was fairly confident that Mercedes-Benz would be along as well, which I think is a rumour that's gathering, or has gathered momentum actually. I think it's full steam in the paddock. We're expecting some announcements at the LA Auto Show, possibly Detroit. And as we've been mentioning in our broadcasts earlier in the week, it's a mark of how important that motor racing here in the IMSA Championships is to the automotive manufacturers, that their big racing announcements now aren't necessarily made at racetracks, not even at big meetings like Petit Le Mans, but are being held over to put in front of a broader automotive audience, not just a racing audience, at marquee events like LA and Detroit auto shows. And I think we'll have some prototype announcements as well at LA. So that is something, if you're a fan of the sport, to keep your eyes and ears open for. A couple of manufacturers delaying their announcements until they could get in front of the world's automotive press and showcase their technology and motor racing aspirations to that broader car-loving audience, which is great because it puts more eyes on the sport, Jeremy, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, it is wonderful news, and certainly, you know, the LA Auto Show gets a lot of play on media all around, TV, internet, and radio locally in Los Angeles and that whole LA basin. So it is a great opportunity for the sport to be showcased a little bit. And as you say, the manufacturers, you know, they put a lot of technology into these cars, and they want to spread the word about that technology. It's not a waste of money. You know, these are developments that eventually will become applicable to street cars. We've seen that, you know, over the 100 years plus that this sport has been around.
Motor racing sexy again, Jeremy, because it's technology led, and you know that is what the automotive manufacturers are here for. We've heard the expression of moving test beds or 200 miles an hour laboratories. Well, that is certainly the case in endurance racing. Endurance is a category, of course, that most lends itself to the technology transfer, because things that go a very long time, manufacturers kind of like. They can sell that.
Yes.
Durability, endurance, reliability.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the economy as well, of course.
Well, and increasingly so technology and economy. Yes, absolutely right. 20 minutes in, Jeremy, this is shaping up very nicely. Everybody behaving themselves. A lot of respect for this circuit from the drivers and for their competitors on it. Ollie Pla has pulled out to just on 9 seconds from Tristan Nunez, the number 60 Honda-powered Ligier from the Mazda Lola chassis. Multimatic developed, continually developing that former Lola chassis. 55 car in second then, with 5.5 seconds between Tristan Nunez and Dane Cameron in the Chevrolet prototype in third position, the 31 Action Express car. Then Tom Long in the second of the Mazdas, another 4 seconds further back in fourth position from Christian Fittipaldi in the second Action Express car. In fifth position, he is another couple of seconds back from Tom Long. Ryan DL makes up the top 6 in the blue and purple number 90 Chevrolet prototype. And the top 10 is completed by Johannes van Overbeek in the green and black Tequila Patrón ESM Honda, with Ricky Taylor having worked his way up to 8th now from the back of the prototypes in the dark, flat dark grey Wayne Taylor Racing Chevy, with Catherine Legg in 9th in the Zero. That's the Delta Wing. Robert Alon makes up the top 10, and he's the first prototype challenge car. And as our leaders are working through the GTLM field, it's Richard Westbrook who has the lead there for Ford by about 4 seconds from Antonio Garcia in the first of the Chevy Corvettes. That's the number 3 car. Tony Vilander heads a 2-car Ferrari chain in third and fourth position, 62 from 68. Daniel Serra behind the Scuderia Corsa machine in fourth position, behind the wheel of that car. Joey Hand is in fifth, the 66 having a great battle actually with Vilander and Serra. And then Tom Milner makes up the top 6 in GTLM in the number 4 Corvette, which is another 5.7 seconds further back. GTT, Jerome Blake-Molan, is in a different zip code from the rest of the field at the moment. Nearly 16 seconds back to Matt McMurray, who's doing a great job in the 73 Porsche, the Park Place car, the black and red, or dark grey and red at least. Then Mario Formbacher in the blue 23 Porsche is right on his tail, as he has been since the green flag. Those two have been having a cracking scrap. And then it's 5 seconds back to Robin Liddell in the first of the Stevenson Audis. Liddell in 4th position. Christina Nielsen, champion-elect in the 63 GTD Ferrari. She'll become the first female championship winner since 2009 in IMSA competition, when Melanie Snow won the equivalent class, then called GTC, all Porsche class in those days. Melanie is here this weekend. She's up on the pit box of the 7th place car at the moment, that the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini 48, a win and a second in their 2 outings, and that's because Madison Snow, her son, has started that car. So that's how they stand, with still 9 hours and 37 minutes to go. And this is really sensible driving. If we go back to the IHG Rewards Club keys to the race, Jeremy, easy to get overexcited here, but guys have seldom, right, they're not cruising around here, they're not pottering round on a Saturday morning. There's racing going on here, but I think there's old and wise heads have prevailed, because what we're not seeing is people throwing themselves off the circuit or bashing off other people, even when they're going through traffic. Sensible stuff here.
Yeah, very much so. And on that last lap, for example, Dane Cameron running in 3rd place, the championship leader by 1 point in the prototype class. He lost a good couple of seconds to the relative cars around him. He's now over 7 seconds behind Tristan Nunez, who is running in 2nd place, and he's now got Tom Long in the 2nd. The Mazda's on his tail, but you know, he's experienced enough now, is Dane Cameron, to know that's not a problem. You know, I'm sure I will get the break. He will be thinking later on in the traffic. So at this stage, just do your job, keep your head down, keep focused, and you know, maintaining your concentration is the most difficult thing here, because you're always busy looking at something, doing something, whatever it happens to be. There's an awful lot more to driving racing cars than just going fast.
Oh yeah, yeah, particularly when it comes to 10 hours. The reliability we've come to expect, the speed we've come to expect, is side-by-side action with GT Lappery going on into turn 1. Has Porsche versus BMW, Nick Tandy versus Bill Oberlin, as they were going past the yellow and blue Turner Motorsport BMW, at least one of them, and they've got the second one coming in a moment, which is in its own battle at the moment. They've gone past the Michael Marsell car, and now they've got John Potter and Brett Curtis to get by, who are battling themselves for 10th and 11th in GT Daytona. Down the inside for Earl Bamber and Nick Tandy. Earl and Nick running together. Bit of a history as well between Nick Tandy and Bill Oberlin. And Earl Bamber and quite a few people actually this year. The normally affable Kiwi is a knife between the teeth type of driver. He really does make sure he leaves nothing out there on the circuit. Taught to drive at the kart club where Brendan Hartley cut his teeth. Indeed, was first mentored by the barely a bit older Brendan Hartley back in New Zealand.
Yeah, and his brother, I'm sure the two brothers were there as well, Nelson as well. He was also a pretty talented driver as well, I can tell you. He's got a really good engineering brain, and he's concentrating that on the family business. Hartley Technology, I think it's called now. It's one of their company names, but
takes after his dad, who was a renowned engine builder.
Yep, still is. But you're right, and it couldn't be more different actually, dad and son there, in terms of the way they approach their business. Nelson says he keeps on spending money, and Dad's trying to make it all the time, but because he loves the technology, he loves to develop new systems and technologies for the engines he works on. But look here, back to here, Olivier Pla, what a great job he is doing out front. He's extended his lead now to Tristan Nunez to over, well, it's come down a little bit on that last lap, but almost 14 seconds now with just 21 laps in the books, and another, 6 seconds or 8 seconds now back. These gaps fluctuate constantly between the cars as they work their through the other traffic. But Tom Longlen still in fourth place, Christian Fittipaldi fifth. But the big mover, though, John, is Ricky Taylor, who started at the back of all the prototype cars, including the PC cars, now up into sixth place. He's got past both Johannes van Overbeek and Ryan de Yel in the numbers 2 and 90 respectively in the last couple of laps.
No action yet down here in the Continental Tire pit lane, but we do have a bunch of tires up on the wall. There's stickers for everyone up and down the pit lane. Now, coming into the weekend, 22 sets were allocated for the pro teams. That would be Prototype and GTLM. 19 sets for the PC and GTD teams. That started at the first practice. So every team has a different amount of tires left for today's race. But one thing that we have been hearing from drivers all weekend is the difference in wear over the track surface as it is now. We should be seeing new tires every single time people come in for pit stops, but they will eventually run out of new tires. So the question then becomes, do you have to go back out on a set that you've cleaned off? Will the new tires versus maybe the scrub rubber turn out to be the difference maker? Well, that's what Jim and I are watching out for during our first pit stops, which should be coming up in the not too distant future.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, actually, Sharon. A couple of levels with 29 coming up to 30 minutes, the first half an hour of the 10 gone. We were here early in the week. Monday night I was here, and there was a full test day, promoter test day on Tuesday for all of the support series other than the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championships we're seeing now. And the data that was coming back on tyre wear from teams who are exceedingly experienced here at Road Atlanta is that the rates of tyre wear, particularly with the tarmac being hot, with the surface of the road being, the track being hot, was much more than they'd seen before. The performance drop-off, not so bad on the tyres, it was just generally wearing them out. All of our tyre manufacturers are very, very good nowadays in producing tyres that, yeah, okay, they're good for a little bit better at the very beginning of their life, of course they are, but then they tend to plateau and stay like that till the end of their stint. The problem being they are being worn, and getting a second tank of fuel out of a set of tyres may not be as easy or indeed at all possible as it has been in the previous years. And if you are going to have to double stint a set of tyres, it might be you'll do one stint early on, clean them off and bring them back in the cooler temperatures later on and try and get a second heat cycle through them. The surface here at Road Atlanta hasn't been changed for a few years now, and it is getting more abrasive as it gets older. The amounts, Jeremy, of mechanical grip that these cars produce now means that it's actually the slower corners where you see the wear on the track surface. And I've seen a couple of officials over the last couple of days having a very, very long look at 10A and 10B. And indeed this morning in the darkness as we were heading up the hill for breakfast, again, they were down there with the torches out having a look at that track surface. Gaggle of cars coming together at the exit of turn number 7. 1, 2, 3 different classes, at least, that I can see there from our helicopter camera, as the GT Le Mans cars cut through the GT Daytona cars, and the prototype challenge machines are going past both of them down into that turn 10A area, down the hill, braking late. It's the first left-hander for quite some time when you get down to there. Lots of rights on this circuit. Clockwise circuit, of course, through turn number 12. All the pressure on the left rear tyre through 12, and then again through 1, leaning on it all the way up to the hill. Little bit of a flick left, and then back onto the right rear as you go through turn number 3. Got to get that transition right, particularly when the tyres are wearing, because that flick back from left to right as you go through 3, the transition of all that weight on these racing cars can upset the balance. Into the pit lane, Stefano Coletti from second position. This is the number 7 prototype challenge car down the pit lane. Now this would seem a little bit early to me, unless there's some kind of cheeky tactics or a problem. Let's head down to our Continental Tire pit lane team for this update.
They have fuel and tires ready for the car. Whether or not they actually do a tire change, no, they're not going to. Plugging in the car to ground it as they are putting more fuel in, no driver change. This is the car that had some damage in morning warm-up. They're checking to make sure that their fixes have stuck. And so far they seem pretty pleased while fueling is going in. No work being done on the car. Just general checking of the body panels and all that. A race official making sure that everything is indeed the way it should be. Now the engine cover is coming off. Reluctantly, actually. It was not eager to be removed from the back of the car. And the team is going to take a look at the suspension before they send him back out.
Thank you, Shea. We'll come back to you for an update on that. GT action at the brow of the hill at turn number 3. It's GTD on GTLM as the BMW tries to get through and now does get by both of the Stevenson Audis. And that was, I think Bill Oberlin, no, it was John Edwards going through there as they head off to the top of the circuit. Jim Roller can possibly throw some light on the number 7 car.
From lap 1, John, he's been dropping a wheel pretty hard underneath the bridge at start-finish. And on driver's left, he's thrown up that big orange cloud a couple of times that I've seen. So you got to keep it off the curbs here, or it can really damage your suspension.
They have now taken the nose covering off of the car and looking under there. The back half they seem pretty pleased with. They have put the pieces back together of that part of the puzzle, checking tire pressures as well. There are some stones on the very hot Continental tires and some grass that's being kicked out of the ducting. But other than that, the mechanics are not satisfied with what they found at the back of the car. One of the exhaust latches has actually fallen off, one of the pieces that holds the exhaust from dragging on the ground, and it is bent in a shape that does not reminisce of any sort of exhaust pipe. Spinning the wheels, making sure that everything is free. By this point, he's gone down a lap, and the mechanics are taking their time. The nose is still off of the car, but they are spinning the wheels. Yeah, not everything is right with this number 7. He's not going out soon.
Yeah, that is a shame. I'd seen that car had been dropping back just a little bit in second place from Robert Alon, who's turned in a nice consistent pace at the front of the field in PC in car number 52. He was lapped a handful of laps ago by the overall race leader, running in 10th position overall. He's at car number 52, and last time around, clearly some major problems for Olivier Pla in traffic. He'd been lapping pretty consistently, all things considered, between 1 minute 15s and 1 minute 16s, the odd 17 here and there. Last lap round now was a 1:21.5, which is 4 seconds slower than his next worst lap. So all of a sudden that gap that was 15 seconds is now down to under 10.
Meantime, Jerome Blinkenmolen is going great guns and has 21 seconds on Matt McMurray in GTD in the last outing for the Dodge Fighters. Speaking of last outings, we mentioned the Daytona prototypes, mentioned the last outing here at Petit Le Mans for the Delta Wing. This is probably the last major international sports car race for a Lola chassis as well, isn't it? With the 2 Mazdas, with those venerable Lola designed and Multimatic developed chassis with the 2-litre turbocharged engine in. Thank you to Sam Collins for reminding me of that fact. Hello, Sam, from Race Car Engineering. Lots of new and exciting technology and cars for him to talk about once those announcements come through at the LA Auto Show. It's fair to say that Mazda and a well-known General Motors brand will be among those announcements. Back to Shea Adam with more on that number 7 that came in out of second position in the prototype challenge category. Shea, this is not looking good.
Well, the sound you just heard was a car being let off of the air jacks. They are going to send him back out, but there is a big puddle of fuel under the left-hand side of the car from where he rolled out. Now, they fuel on the right-hand side, so that would be a leak from somewhere. It's gone behind the wall. Yep, they are going to take more time to work on this. And the first of our competitors to come off the track does just that.
And how quickly things can change. Well, yeah, great shame for that team, obviously, but how quickly things can change. So the gap between the first and second place cars in the last 3 laps have gone from 12 seconds to 9 seconds to 15 seconds. That just shows how quickly things can change and how the importance of being careful when you work your way through the traffic. A couple of laps ago, it was Olivier Pla who turned a 1:21 lap, and he's now back down to 15s. This last lap, it was Tristan Nunez who did a 1:21.5, so he lost a lot of ground too, and all of a sudden he's got two other cars right behind him, those being Dane Cameron and Tom Long.
Yeah, they're within around about half a second of each other's. There's a huge line of GT and GT Le Mans cars. Turn 5 just a moment or two ago. The rear of the Stevenson Audi getting airborne, bouncing uncontrollably. The number 6 car with the 2 back wheels off the road at least twice that we saw there in the slow-mo. And Robin Liddell doing very well indeed to hold on to that. Lawson Aschenbach now, his teammate, right in behind him as they go across the line in positions 4 and 5 in the GT Daytona category. They're about 15 seconds, 16 seconds back from Mario Farnbacher, who was 3rd in the blue 23 Porsche, the Alex Job racing car. Mark McMurray is still less than half a second ahead. They're having a great scrap. Jerome Blinkemolen has given himself a decent lead on Matt McMurray, although that's come down a little bit as well. In GT Le Mans, Richard Westbrook has not been headed since the green flag. 4 seconds his gap now as Tonio Garcia in the first of the Chevy Corvettes is holding on to him. Then it's Tony Vielander about another 4 seconds further back. He's got a second on Daniel Surra. The 2 Ferraris working their way through traffic, 62 and 68. 68 is a little bit more white on the front end of that car. Joey Hans half a second further back in the second of the Fords, the 66 machine. It's all shaping up very nicely. Starting to get towards pit stop windows now. They'll not run to their fullest here, I wouldn't have thought, because they'll still be getting the fuel data, so they'll not be taking any chances of getting stranded out on the circuit, as Lawson Aschenbach has just gone past Robin Liddell, and they'll cross the line then 9 from 6 in the internecine battle that is the 2 R8 LMSs of Stevenson Motorsport. Not quite on the pace at the moment, but there's a longer game to play than getting to your first pit stop first here.
Yeah, that's very true. And what's the gap now between Jerome Blinkemolen and Matt McMurray? 2nd place in the GTD class. Gosh, 26 seconds. I mean, literally a second a lap is what Jerome Blinkemolen is pulling out on a consistent basis.
Keeps doing this, and if he stays in, he'll lap the whole field.
Well, he will. He will indeed.
The whole GTD field, that is.
Yeah. And the overall race leader has just put a lap on the GTLM cars. Woo.
Touched twice. The 31 Wheeling Engineering Action Express car of Dane Cameron got held up coming out of turn 12, and Tom Long thought he had the run on him and just misjudged going round the inside, and yes, into the pit lane from the 31. I'm guessing there may be a worry or an actual right rear puncture. It's in the lane now, and the red and white 31 car drops out of position. 60, 55, 70 and 5 now your top 4 as it heads down to our Continental Tire pit lane reporter at that end of the pit, who is Shea Adam.
He is rumbling down at a very natural speed. Actually, the right rear does not look to be down from my perspective. Certainly they are going to change 4 Continental tires, though. They start with the 2 on the left-hand side, as that part of the car has now been assessed. Boy, they were doing a really quick stop. Their teammates are up on the wall for the number 5 as well. Now the right side tires have been changed. Fuel is still going in. It's the only thing they're waiting on. It's always the last person to stop. Hope for. Yeah, he's back out. I'll take a look at the tire and let you know if I see anything weird, but from the 3 that I can see, nothing out of the ordinary.
And our race leader is in the pit lane, so maybe just on or around the right sort of time. We've had a formation lap, so this is not a problem either. This is Jim Roller's area.
Yeah, sticker Continentals going on this car. Driver change. Olivia Plock getting out. And looks like Oz Negri getting in as we talked in the pregame. 250 starts for this team. And of course, John Pugh, a big part of those 250 starts. But Olivier Pla has been the man to beat so far this weekend. And his first few laps in this car have been fantastic. Now coming in is the number 5, Action Express. Also the number 90. The number 70 is in. That's one of the Mazdas. 4 tires and a driver change there. So as we head back down to the other end of the pits, it looks like all driver changes so far at this end.
No driver changes down at this end, Jim, as it will still be Christian Fittipaldi behind the wheel of the number 5. They do the left side tires first as well. The team strategy working for both cars, getting them to the lead of the championship. Right side Continentals are going on now. The fuel continues, and the 5 car as well as the 31 with the get well soon Kurt sign over the door. Fueler done. Christian was a bit eager to leave before the fueler was done, but he waited his turn. The 70 beats him back out of the pits, and followed by the 90 and the 60.
Also the 0, the Delta Wing, the Lawn Dart has come in and made a stop. Looks like Catherine Legg has stayed behind the wheel of that car, and that was a 4 tire change for them as well. Now the 55 comes to the pits. That's the second of the Mazdas. That was the car that was running, comes in out of the lead because the leader pitted on the last lap. New Continental tires for this car as well. Stickers going on. The left side tires are changed first while the fueling is done. Then the right side tires are being done, front and rear. And again, I didn't see a driver change, and there's trouble on the right front wheel. That finally now gets off. Everything is done, but he's okay because the fueling isn't done. Now they are done, and that car heads back out.
Staying consistent with this end of pit lane, no driver change for the number 10, Ricky Taylor, staying behind the wheel, and they also are due 4 new Continental tires for the number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing. Fuel going on, tire changes.
Adam at the top end there, the number 10, just a little bit close to the wall maybe, caused 1 or 2 problems for the guys making the tyre changes on the right-hand side. But that car is down and away. This is going to be a big shake-up at the front of the field, as the pit stop for the number 60 car was much longer. That car, remember, came in out of a considerable lead and will certainly not be there when we cycle round. PC leader in the pits.
85 car comes in. Fuel only. No tire change, no driver change. Fuel only. Very interesting.
Thank you, Jim. I think they are probably the only category who will see try the double stint early on in the heat of the day. So the 85 car, Chris Miller at the wheel, will tumble down the timing and scoring. If you're watching on IMSA.com or on the IMSA app, we're on 97.9 around the circuit, Sirius 106 and 145, XM 203, and of course on the Radio Show Limited network around the world. Jim Roller has more action as we're just on the 45-minute mark in the 10 hours of the 19th Petit Le Mans, presented by Harrah's Cherokee Casino. Here's another Continental Pit Lane report, Jim.
The number 2 car, the leader in our Tequila Patrón North American Endurance Cup, is in. They were the winners at Daytona and Sebring, so they're looking for the Triple Crown victory here. Driver change, Johannes van Overbeek has gotten out, 4 tire change, and he's back underway.
And the big winner in that round of pit stops has been Dane Cameron, who came into the pits in 3rd place, about 18 seconds or so behind the other two, a little bit more than that perhaps. Yeah, about 18 seconds behind the overall race leader, Olivier Pla. He came in 1 lap earlier than Olivier Pla. The longest stint in that first segment of the race was set by car number 2. That is the car that won both at Daytona and Sebring earlier this year, the first 2 rounds of the Tequila Patrón North American Endurance Championship, and that car was the last to make its first pit stop on lap 35 of the prototype cars.
Down here, one of the drivers that got out of the first stint is Tom Long, and what is this, a post-stint essay you're writing here? He's making notes on a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's about the only way to communicate with our engineer. The race happens so fast here at Petit Le Mans that our engineers need to stay focused just like the drivers. So just a quick note to him on the balance and some of the fine points of the stint to help the next driver.
Well, what were your thoughts? What'd you write on that piece of paper?
Exactly that. Just a little bit about the balance of the car. You know, our Mazda prototype is running extremely well today. I think we've got a great long-term balance for the stint of the race. It's interesting here. The weather is just beautiful, but cool in the morning, hot in the afternoon. It's going to cool back down. So we really tried to work on the long-run balance on our Mazda, and it seems like it's coming to us.
With a 10-hour race, is this first stint just kind of feeling out the car and the competition?
Oh, absolutely. Traffic is going to be the biggest key. We knew that going into the race. It's hot and heavy, and it's fun. Able to make up a bunch of time on some of our competitors there at the end, and it's just it's all part of the beautiful thing of sports car racing.
How was your tire wear? Were you satisfied with the grip near the end of the stint, or are you starting to see it fall off a bit?
Well, we were pretty pleased with it, actually. Certainly it's falling off, but it's falling off to our favor, maybe relative to the rest of the field. And the plan is to keep that up. So fingers crossed that's how it stays.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. And John, their pit stop was a little bit slower. Remember, they had trouble with the right front tire. He didn't get it done until the fueling was done, which is very unusual.
Thank you, Jim. The other car that was slow in the pits was the 60. Ollie Pla brought that in with a considerable lead. Now listed as John Pugh going out. We'll try and get that confirmed because I'm not certain that was John's helmet getting into the car, but we'll try and get that sorted for you by eye. Dropped down to 7th position now, though, and 36 seconds away from Dane Cameron in 31 Action Express, who leads the motor race by 7.5 seconds after that first set of green flag pit stops from Tristan Nunez in the 55 Mazda in second. His teammate Joel Miller now behind the wheel of the number 70 car is another 2.5 seconds back from Christian Fittipaldi, the second of the Action Express cars, in 4th position. IHG Rewards Club keys to the race. Pit stops, execution of pit stops. Was there a fumble by the 60 car? If so, it's cost them probably something in the region of 45-50 seconds there, and that is not the sort of ground that you can easily make up on the track without a full course yellow. And confirmed from the pit lane, thank you, Jim, that it is John Pugh behind the wheel. Other pit stops as the cars come in and out, the 38 PC car had Kenton Cook in as it came in, and Kenton took it back out again. He remains in 3rd position. And from the lead in PC, here's the number 8 car, Shay.
Fuel and tires only, no driver change. Alex Popoff will stay behind the wheel, the number 88. The team car is also on the way in, as well as the number 63. Christina Nielsen will not be getting out of that Ferrari just yet. They are also doing fuel and tires for her.
Thank you, Shay and Jim. The 100 BMW is in, starting the GTLM pit stops now. It's a busy time for our Connell Tab pit lane reporters, and that's going to be a driver change as well. Jim Roller.
Lucas Luhr gets in 4 brand new Michelins going on. Also standing by is Bryce Miller. We're expecting the 48 car in any minute. The 25 car should be in next lap. So it is fully on now for the GT and GTD and GTLM competitors. So Lucas making his first trip out onto the racetrack. That was pretty much a standard stop for the boys at BMW.
Christina Nielsen has rejoined, thanks Jim, and was carefully watching her crew chief for the wave out there. Can afford no issues in the 63 car. She is going to be the champion this year. Very slow through the S's on the first lap. Remember, no electric tyre warmers allowed. You can heat them up with a bit of indirect heat, but it's going to be much slower on your outlap, and Christina staying out of trouble there as the 88 car goes 3 wide with the number 90 Ryan DL down the inside. That's 5th place going by that. In the meantime, at the top of the hill, it's Ferrari versus Corvette with the Delta Wing and the ESM number 2 car all together in close proximity there. That's Tony Vielander, Tom Milner, 0 is Catherine Legg, and there's a new leader in the GT category. As down the inside, excuse me, that is for second position, because the 67 hasn't yet come down pit road for Richard Westbrook. And there into turn 1, Tony Vielander going around Tom Milner. More from the pitch, Shea Adam first.
Westy hasn't come in, but his teammate has. Joey Hand staying behind the wheel of the number 66 Ford GT. New tires and fuel only. As well, the exact same order for the number 68 Scuderia Corse Ferrari. No driver change there, nor for the 912 Earl Bamber, just now leaving his pit box. Fuel and tires only. And that's all that we've seen right now from this end, but we have a lot more crews up on the wall. Jim, who have you got?
48 car has been in, Shea, and Bryce Miller got in, Madison Snow got out. They put scrub Continental tires on. The 23 car is now in. Driver change there. I didn't see who got in and out. Sticker Continentals go on the 23 car. The 3 and the 4 come in. The 3 just got blocked by the 23, which was leaving the pits, but it wasn't as close as I thought it was going to be.
The 3 committed early because its pit box is before the pit box of the number 4, which was following right behind it. They wanted to avoid a traffic accident at this end of pit lane between teammates. Fuel and tires each of the Corvette. No driver changes, but a drinks bottle change for the number 3. 33 has come in as well, and Jerome Bleekmolen has finally extracted himself from the Viper. We now have Ben Keating behind the wheel of his Dodge Viper for the last race for him.
Both Porsches have been in, the 911 and the 912. The 912 was first. The 911 is leaving right now. The drivers have stayed in, but there has been tire and fuel, brand new tires for both of those cars, brand new Michelins. The 25 car is the next one that we expect to see come down pit road. We've seen the 6 and the number 9 Audi come in. Tire change and driver changes there. Also, the Ford number 67 has come in.
That one will be Richard Westbrook staying behind the wheel. Anything Joey Hand can do, Richard Westbrook can do as well. Fuel and tires up on the wall for that car. 4 new Michelins. Those ones do have stickers on them. They are beautiful, nice and shiny, as the number 72 is leaving and the 25 comes in.
Yeah, and in PC after that round of pit stops, as we see the GTLM leader there onto pit lane, Richard Westbrook had led throughout that first stint, not by very much over the best of the Corvettes, that being car number 3. But again, good fuel consumption figures there for the number 67 car. He's really he and the 25 car, the 2 last cars to make it onto pit lane in GTLM. Meanwhile, in PC, got a battle developing now, perhaps between the car number 52 and number 38, Kenton Cook. He got that gap down to about 4 seconds before that first round of pit stops. Driver number 38 car for Performance Tech Motorsports. Now, after that round of pit stops, car number 52, Robert Alon for PR1 Matheson Motorsports, leads the number 38 car of Kenton Cook by less than 2 seconds. That is the position's 10th and 11th overall, just 1 lap down to our race leader.
25 car has been in, no driver change, 4 fresh Michelins. I noticed, John, something to keep an eye on. The right front corner of the bonnet was a little bit loose, so be careful of that. One of the mechanics was giving it a look-see, but they decided not to do anything. It's just you could see a little gap there, which is very BMW Team RRL-like.
Thank you very much. You get big speeds down here. Number 7 has come back out on the track, by the way. Stefano Coletti took it back out just a few moments ago, thanks to Graham Goodwin, editor at DailySportsCar.com, who is watching back in sunny Surrey. Actually, it's not. It's pouring with rain down there at the moment, Graham. It's not here, as you can see by the lovely pictures on IMSA.com, as we're talking to the sports car world here on IMSA Radio and TV, synced perfectly together from Road Atlanta for the 19th Petit Le Mans, presented by Harris Cherokee Casino around the circuit, 97.9 and 454, thanks to Racing Radios, and on Sirius 106 and 145 XM203 for the final time this weekend. And thanks to our colleagues at Sirius XM for the loan of their airwaves at various times across this 2016 season. And that is the 7 spinning again. The Stefano Coletti, that's coming out of 5. He's hooked the curb on driver's left and spun completely 360 right across the circuit. Been very lucky indeed not to pick up someone coming over the top of that blind brow. He's not actually damaged the car at all. That may just have been either cold tyres, or if they haven't fixed that leak, could have spun on his own fluid. Yeah, he was already around before he got to the exit point, and fortunately stood on the tyres, hooked first gear, and is rolling again, trying to get away from the scene of the accident before anybody noticed. Caught you, mate.
Yeah, geesh.
It's all right, we've all done that. We've all done that.
Hey, look, a couple of updates here. Dane Cameron, boy, in the 5 laps after his pit stop, he pulled out a lead of 9 seconds over number 55 Mazda of Tristan Nunez. Over the last couple of laps, however, that's come down to about 3 seconds, because Dane Cameron just had more difficulty working his way through some slower cars, I believe. And now Tristan Nunez not only is much closer to Dane Cameron, but Joel Miller in 3rd place, the second of the Mazdas now. Really good stops by both of those two at the first round of pit stops. Joel Miller has closed up pretty much onto the tail of Tristan Nunez. Then a big gap back to Christian Fittipaldi in 4th position overall. He's about 10 seconds farther back down the road. And in GTLM, after that round of pit stops, the big gainer, Risi Competizione, the Ferrari Giancarlo Fisichella, he came into the pits in the 4th position, exits in the lead now over Joey Hanso. Some sort of a problem. Do we hear what the problem was for Richard Westbrook? Because he's dropped way back.
But we've seen this before with that 67 car.
But way back.
Yeah, he's dropped 20-odd seconds, hasn't he? This from Continental Tire. We'll get our pit lane reporters onto that. The 60 then and the 67, both with very slow pit stops and losing time, both from the lead of their respective classes at the head of the field and in GT Le Mans. Continental Tire have sent this through. All of the teams bar Paul Miller Racing took on new Continental tyres in GT Daytona. Paul Miller took on scrubbed tyres. Paul Miller Racing, the 48 car. So that is to that point that Shea Adam was talking about early on, about the need to use at some stage some scrubbed tyres or some previously used tyres before the end of the race. And the Mazda was scrubbing in some of their tyres during the final practice session, actually, just taking the sheen off the tyres, literally going out for a lap, coming in, doing a driver change, going back out again, scrubbing off another set, which seems wasteful, but it must be working for them. Change in the Prototype Challenge lead, Jeremy. Prototype Challenge class lead.
Yeah, indeed. Kenton Cook has managed to grasp the lead away now from Robert Lalonde. Don't know what happened there, how it happened. We're on board here with the erstwhile race leader, John Pugh, now driving the car number 60. He's back in 7th position, long way back from the leaders now.
Hello to one of our team members, Joe Bradley, who is on assignment in Turkey at the moment. Apparently we're not allowed to talk about what he's doing there.
Gobble gobble.
Me tuned in via the IMSA radio app. watching and listening. Says it's quite sunny there, but the sun is going down. Not for us for a wee while yet, as we come to the completion of the first hour of the 19th Petit Le Mans, presented by Harris Cherokee Casino. Wherever you are in the world, however hard you're working or not, Mr. Bradley, it's been a good first hour already.
And we're watching leaders here working their way through the GTLM traffic, and the gap between Dane Cameron Discipline is over the top of the hill at turn 2, the crest of the hill there, and the Tristan Nunez is just coming through turn 1, so really quite close between those two. And but both of them are struggling to get their way past all these other cars right now. It's Tristan Nunez's turn to be held up going into turn 5. It's behind one of the PC cars and a GTD car as well. I think that's a second place car. No, it isn't. It's actually number 67, Richard Westbrook, but he does negotiate that traffic going into turn 6, but lost a little bit of ground on that lap. Watch him coming out of turn 7. There goes Dane Cameron out of the picture. Here now comes the second place car of Tristan Nunez, and just I don't know what, 25 car lengths or so back as he goes past one of the PC cars is Joel Miller in third.
Yeah, times have gone off just a little bit from the guys at the head of the field. Christian Fittipaldi quickest that time around with a 15.6. This is a proper endurance race. No quarter asked or given as the cars stream over the top of the skyline behind us and head down to the very tricky turn 12. Intimidating because the outside wall is so close on your left-hand side when you come through the right-hander. Difficult because it's by no means a smooth run down the hill or through the turn into the apex. And actually quite scary because it's a fast corner and you really need to have confidence in the front of your car to start with and then the rear of your car as you transition from turn into that apex. Dane Cameron then with Tristan Nunez 4.2 seconds behind him. Joel Miller playing tail gunner at the moment for his teammate. Just has Nick Tandy in the number 911 Porsche between him and his teammate at the moment as they come out of turn number 7. And interesting to see that the GTLM Porsche punches out of that corner faster and with more momentum than the prototype. That's mechanical grip for you there on the Porsche. The engine sitting over the back wheel, but also interesting to see that Nick Tandy can't, despite being relatively close to the Lamborghini ahead of him, can't drag past him and outbrake him into turn 10A. Those GT Daytona cars, very quick indeed. Extra competition next year from NSX Honda with the Michael Shank Racing Team taking on Works Blessed duties there with a new name for the Rocket Sports Gentilozzi organisation.
You mean another new name?
Yes. It's John. It's John's team anyway.
Yeah, hey, call it what he likes.
Yeah, exactly. But they're going to have a couple of Lexus.
Lexi?
Couple of Lexus. That's just a couple of Lexus. I think that's how I'm not going to get into that whole Lotus argument. So there's a couple of those, plus at least one more manufacturer. John Bennett of Core mentioning the word Mercedes earlier on when Jim was talking to him. AMG being very proactive in the paddock over the last 12 months and may well have had ideas for a DPI program as well, but certainly the AMG GT is a very capable GT3 FIA GT3 machine. Now battles for position at turn 10, always one of the action areas here as the Ryan DL and Ricky Taylor cars have just swapped places and the number 10 goes through into 5th position ahead of the Scotsman, not letting the Taylor car, the WTR car, get away through turn 1 now, heading up the hill.
Let's not forget that car started right at the back of the prototype field, behind the PC cars as well. So really good opening stint here, double stint for Ricky Taylor, has worked himself, as you say, John, up into the 5th position. That's been a fine charge. And next in line is Christian Fittipaldi, and he's only about another 6 seconds ahead of him. So the rate Ricky has been going, and I know he's determined to win this race, because that number 10 team certainly is not out of the championship reckoning by any means. Coming into this final round of the season, in the overall championship, the number 31 car led the number 5 by a solitary point, and then just 6 points farther back was Ricky Taylor and Jordan Taylor in the car number 10. So it's all to play for in the prototype ranks.
Yeah, this is really interesting for me at the moment. It's just how these guys are managing things at the moment. Big weekend of sport.
And it's close at the front, by the way, John.
Oh, yes,
it's a second now between each of the top 3 cars. So
2.2 seconds between the top 3 at the moment. Traffic playing a part in that, though, but it will ebb and flow. Such a short circuit here. Very difficult. You come to the fast and difficult parts. In just a minute and 16 seconds. Oh, and another big slide from the number 7. Stefano Coletti just drops the left-hand Continentals off onto the dirt at turn 1.
For a long way before he gets it back on again.
It's all 4 off at the end of the curve. I think he is still leaking fluid, and it's going onto his back tyres. There's something not right with that car. Stefano is... If it was leaking, Adam, which of the back tyres would it be leaking onto?
His left side, because that was the side that it was coming out of when he was on the pit lane.
Which is the loaded tyre into turn 1. Thank you very much indeed. I rest my case, Your Honour. Your witness. Let's see how he does coming through turn 12. No, he's going to come into the pits. Apparently the defence have decided not to cross-examine, and the verdict is there is a problem for the number 7, and he's back into the pit lane for for fixing that car coming down to Shea Adams, part of the pit lane. Shea?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's actually going to even stop in his box for anything more than fuel, though, before they do take him back behind the wall, because the mechanics look pretty committed to fixing the car back where they have more ability to fully fix the car. And yeah, he's just going straight behind the wall. They're not even going to stop and put any fuel in it. So when he does come back out, if they can get the 7 back out on track, he'll need to stop at his pit box before heading back out onto the circuit.
Remember, the 7 car had that odd off at turn 3 this morning, and again lost the left rear of that car, nosed it into a set of tyres that I'm intimately acquainted with up there now, and I think he may have had that problem as long ago as then. It's gone back behind the wall, as you've heard. Great pickup from our colleagues down in replay from the morning warm-up as the first 3 go across the line in line astern. And it's Dane Cameron from Nunez and Joel Miller.
And that battle in PC is right in there as well. The number 38 car narrowly ahead of the number 52 car. As they head up the hill, there's a spin for, that's a JDC car. That's running in 4th place in PC. Chris Miller driving that car. He goes off the out of the picture so far through the exit of turn 7, but gets it back on again. Don't think he hit anything, so he'll just lose some ground and will be able to maintain 4th position.
Problem with that, Jeremy, is if you go that far off, you're going to pick up a lot of muck and rubbish on your tyres. And
you
also,
know that as well?
Well,
you're told that one, yes. Fair
no, I've been told that.
Yes.
No, I never went off there. And also the issue is we've had the jet blasters out across the weekend. There's been a lot of people spinning there. There's been a lot of incident and touching there. And they blow all of... Oh, my goodness, who's in the Delta Wing? Catherine Legg. Amazing piece of avoidance there. They get the jet blowers out to blow the detritus from the circuit, and it's blown off that side. So little pieces of rubber, dirt, but also if there's been contact there, and there has been in other categories this weekend, there's bits of carbon fibre, potentially plastic, metal, all sorts of stuff just off the circuit in the grass there hiding. And that's very dangerous to go over the edge of the curb, particularly at that turn 7 area. right round the circuit, of course, but particularly there where there has been some contact over the weekend. Our leaders then, for the moment, slightly split up as Dane Cameron made the best of the traffic. Once again, we've seen the Daytona prototype cars with the bigger engines, more torque, more able to get through traffic, or at least to keep their momentum up through traffic. The turbocharged cars, particularly with the small engines, like the Mazdas, really suffering there, not being able to punch through the traffic. They don't have the torque. They do have the power and the top speed, though. It is a big weekend of sport this weekend, with the Ryder Cup, of course, on at the moment, and I know that there's a lot of people following that at the moment. It's the Saturday foursomes at the moment. The US team 5-3 up at the moment, and the US are down in 2, all square in 1, and up in 1. Keep you across that through today as well. Know that there's people here and around the world. We don't want you tuning away. Keep you updated with 1 or 2 of those sports headlines as they come in. 8 hours and 48 minutes to go. Sirius 106 and 145, XM 203, the IMSA app around the world, Radio Show Limited network of channels. Thanks to Dia today, who's doing the first shift back in London, making sure that the world is listening and watching. Sound and vision on the IMSA app as well. Dane Cameron leads by 4 seconds. As soon as those Mazdas get into clear air, they are able to take a wee bit of time out of the 31 Action Express car. But it's the traffic that's really hurting them. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to drop us a note, and plenty of you are. Hello to Sam Piers, who is tuned in. Good to know that he's listening and watching. We know where you are in the world as well if you're going to tweet to us, so that we've got an idea of whether you're looking out at sunshine, darkness, or early morning. Traffic again playing a part over the top of turn 2 into turn 3, as this time it's the number 70, Joel Miller, who gets held up behind a GT car. Now, the GT cars are doing nothing wrong, Jerry. We should say that. They've got their own race to run, and as the race goes on, the racing line gets progressively tighter with the marbles, with the bits of rubber thrown off. Also coming through there, Kenton Cook, who is still leading Prototype Challenge on the outskirts of the top 10, but only by half a second from Robert Alonso. Those two still having a great scrap. Turn 7 at the moment. Yeah, and here they are coming out of turn 7, that's right, moving their way past Ben Keating, who still leads that number 33 Viper, having taken over from Jerome Blake-Mullen. Ben Keating still leads by a pretty handy margin over Matt McMurray, who remains in second place, doing a super job for Park Place Motorsports in the Audi. Ian James has taken over the wheel of the number 23 car for the second stint in this race. That's the Heart of Racing Porsche for Alex Job Racing. He runs about 6 seconds behind Matt McMurray, who's still 25 seconds behind the leading Viper of Ben Keating. We just talked about PC. Kenton Cook and Robert Alon pretty much nose to tail. In the GTLM, Giancarlo Fisichella easily trimmed a little bit on that last lap, but still 7 seconds clear of Joey Hand. And the 2 Corvettes now up into 3rd and 4th, loitering, as the Corvettes tend to do. Yeah, loitering with intent as well, with a big V8 intent. As far as those guys are concerned, could be a huge weekend for Corvette Racing. Already clocked up their 100th victory as a fully fledged works operation this year. They're looking for 103 here and 3 championships. All they've got to do is win, and everything else takes care of itself, as the guys have been saying all weekend. There's a little bit of pressure on them as the next 15 minutes have quickly gone away. It's an hour and 15 down already, and in about the next 7 or 8 laps, we should be seeing the next round of pit stops. I was going to say something there which I won't, and those of you who know me well will have guessed what I was going to say, but I'm not going to tempt fate. I really tempted the weather god's fate earlier on this week. I'm not going to tempt the racing god's fate as well.
Very good, man. And by the way, the car that led, well, ran away through the first stint, car number 60, John Pugh, he's just been put a lap down by Dane Cameron.
Hello to Paul Morgan, listening in Ireland with a nice cold one, enjoying our coverage this evening, as it will be over there, or late afternoon, 5:30, back in that part of Europe. How very civilized of you, Paul. Hope you can stay with us to the end. I know it's going to be a late night for those of you in Europe. I do think this has been one of the best build-ups to the week I've seen. It's a huge crowd here, and every time we go to the helicopter shot, you see how many people have been here camping for the better part of a week. And the stadium section filling up nicely as well, as people are making their way around the track. Much easier to get around the track as well now.
Yeah.
A few more pathways and paved areas.
Plus those buses, the courtesy buses to take you around as well.
Fantastic, the shuttles, yeah.
Brilliant. But just a note about Catherine Legg. She's running in 7th place in the Delta Wing. She's been at the wheel of that car since the beginning of the race. She's just turned her fastest lap of the race, a 1:15.068. Now, since the round of pit stops, which took place on lap 35, there's only been 4 laps on which anybody has gone quicker than the race leader, let me say, has gone quicker than a 1:15.0. So Catherine Legg, she's hanging in there in that 7th place. She's actually she overtook the number 60 car of John Pugh quite a while ago now, pulled well away from him, and also she's holding station ahead quite comfortably of Scott Sharp in car number 2.
Yeah, 7th position overall, coming round to complete her 59th lap, still less than a minute away from the lead, 55 seconds from the lead for that Delta Wing. What a programme that has been in all of its iterations. One last race at Daytona in early next year for the Rolex 24, a race that it led on pace earlier on in the season. And Catherine, well, not sure what she's going to be doing next year. Catherine and the rest of the drivers for Delta Wing, obviously very loyal to that programme, but knowing it's only a 1 race event, they might well be looking for full season employment elsewhere. Catherine, a silver rated driver and likely to remain so for next year.
Watch this group come into turn 1. We're focusing there on Ricky Taylor coming through the corner, going up the hill and passing one of the PC cars. But now, pretty much directly ahead of him on the racetrack is the number 5 car. That is Christian Fittipaldi. He is the 2-time and defending series champion. Let's not forget that. Christian Fittipaldi started this race in the 5th position. He runs now in 4th. The difference being, of course, number 60 car's fallen way back. Ricky Taylor started last amongst the prototypes and is right behind him after, what have we got, an hour and a half of racing. So less than that even. So that's a fine charge by that number 10 car, the Dallara Corvette DP of Ricky Taylor. And in the meantime, that ebb and flow of traffic at the front of the field. We saw the gap fluctuate. It went out to as much as 9 seconds by lap 40. It came down to around about a second or so by lap 50, and now by lap 60, it's back out to 9 seconds again. So, you know, this race is just constantly ebbing and flowing. That's one of the great things, I think, about endurance racing.
Listeners just tweeting through from Barcelona, South Africa, Bolton, twinned with Le Mans, of course, Bolton, and all points around the globe as we bring together a huge endurance racing audience for this Blue Ribbon event of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. And the season closer is 10 hours, of which we've had an hour and 20 minutes. And down in the gravel is the 20 car, the Bar 1 machine. That was started by Tommy Dreesy, and he is still at the wheel, and he's not going to get out of there. See, I just had to think it. I'm not sure whether we can get that out under anything other than a full course caution, and indeed it has come out. Tommy just outbraking himself slightly as he came. It's that last downshift again. That's catching a few people out there. Braking is fine. And then the last downshift before you turn in, if you're slightly too late, the car's still unsettled. And Tommy losing the back end as if you put the e-brake, the handbrake on. And that is, well, in terms of the pit stop, Delta is absolutely spot on. Well, it's not absolutely spot on, but it's close enough for the guys at the head of the field. There'll be no sense in doing anything other than pit, and Dane Cameron's going to see 6.7 seconds disappear. The Porsche Cayenne with our intervention team there already, parking right next to Tommy, making sure he's okay, and the pits have been closed. The Severed has just come out from behind the wall. Sure, I'm guessing that this is the right time, or close enough to the right time. I take it everybody's getting ready for action down there with you.
Yeah, everyone, as soon as they saw on their TV screens that there was a car stuck in the gravel, everyone universally hopped up onto the pit wall. Helmets were put on. Driver changes have now been sprung into place a little bit earlier than planned, but only by a couple of laps or so. So it's not going to impact too many people's strategy. But yeah, honestly, John, I don't see anybody not up on the pit wall.
The snatch tractor already on its way to extricate Tommy Dreesy's car. Tommy staying in the car. He's not that far away from getting away with that. He's telling, I want to be pushed out, I want to be pushed out. But he's not going to get anyone to help him whilst we're still under full green conditions. It will literally be 6 feet or 8 feet he needs to be pulled backwards. But he sprayed an awful lot of gravel onto the exit of turn 10A. The Cayenne intervention vehicle, the GTS version, there's a turbo as well, but I think that is the GTS. Yes, it is. It's the number 2 car. And already we have the bright orange and yellow sort of high-ab forklift.
We're talking the number 2 car. The timing of this caution is pretty good for that car, because he wasn't far from going a lap down to Dane Cameron. But this is going to relieve any pressure there for Scott Sharp. So we've got the top 8 cars on the lead lap. Then kind of the race order: 31, 55, 70, 5, 10 have been started from the back of the prototype cars. 90 in 6th place, and 0 and 2. 1 lap down is kind of a 60. That's John Pugh. 2 laps down to the overall race leader is our PC leader, who is now Robert Alon, who got past Kenton Cook just a couple of laps ago. In GTLM, Giancarlo Fisichella leads from the Joey Hand Ford.
Yeah, no worries about the points for the North American Endurance Series, because we're still some 23 minutes away from the first tranche of points being handed out.
And now, as we expect, all of the prototype cars onto pit lane, except for the number 60 car, which stays out to get back onto the lead lap.
Correct. And Shea Adam has the gaggle of cars that's coming in.
That's a perfect description. The 31 and the 5, the 2 cars who are leading the championship, will not be changing drivers. Dane Cameron staying behind the wheel of the 31, and Christian Fittipaldi staying behind the wheel of the 5. They are doing tires and fuel for those cars. No driver change for the 8, the PC car leading the championship. But there is a driver change for the number 52, the car that is second in the championship. Robert Alon has hopped out. Jose Gutierrez has gotten in. The number 90, the Florida team, has not changed drivers either. They have still left Ryan Dial behind the wheel. 10 has a much better stop this time through, as the Wayne Taylor Racing boys managed to change all 4 tires and do fuel, get him back out very quickly. We have no driver change for the number 2, the ESM car, but the Delta Wing has finally extracted Catherine Legg from behind the wheel. Andy Merrick, her longtime co-driver, has gotten into that one. In the number 85, the JDC Miller Motorsport PC entry, Misha Goikberg, is now behind the wheel of that one. They're saving Steven Simpson for a little bit later. And in terms of our other 2 championship leaders, the number 4 will not be changing a driver. They will be leaving out Tommy Milner. And the number 63, Christina Nielsen's drive time, not yet done. They will not be doing a driver change for either of those, but they will be doing new tires on both of those cars.
And Tommy Dreesy has been extracted from the gravel as he heads under the bridge and towards the pit lane, shakes out a huge amount of stones on the underside and inside the side pods of that Bar 1 prototype challenge car as he heads for the pit lane. The usual pit lane situation with the first opportunity to come in for service being afforded to the prototype and PC cars. Next time around it will be GTLM and the GTD cars. So, Shea, did you say that Christina Nielsen had been in there? That last
she
time
started.
around? All right, she said she's staying in. The car hasn't been along pit lane yet. Sorry, that was I was busying myself doing something else, and I only heard half of that because obviously the pits haven't opened for GT yet, and I was rather confused. It doesn't take much, I know, before anybody says it. So now the pits are open for GTs, and Giancarlo Fisichella leads the charge of GTLM, and it's Ferrari, Ford, Chevy, BMW, Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, Ford, Porsche actually, as the top 10 of GTLM comes in, and the GTDs. How Shea's going to make any sense out of this, I don't know, but I'm going to leave it up to you.
I can only try. The number 66, Joey Hand, pulls into a stop perfectly on his marks and will not be getting out of that Ford GT, nor will Richard Westbrook be moving himself out of the number 67. Fuel and tires only for the Fords. Up at Corvette, we are seeing exactly the same strategy. Fuel and tires only for both the championship leading 4 and the number 3. 62 is already back out. They came in first, they leave first. Joey Hand beats out his teammate, the number 67. The 3 managed to get out in front of the 68 Ferrari and the 911 Porsche. We have both BMWs line of stern. The Viper with a great stop, no driver change there. Number 23 AJR car does not have a driver change. Matt Bell now behind the wheel of the number 9 Stevenson Audi, and the 63 Christina Nielsen taking their time, making sure the car gets out perfectly under control, and mission accomplished for them. Andrew Davis going out in the number 6. He stays behind the wheel. That's Stevenson Audi. We have 2 Turner BMWs going out, but the last car to leave pit lane is the number 27 Dream Racing Lamborghini. Woo!
Well done, Shea. Take a breath. Still, Shea, did we find out what was the problem with the 60 or the 67 when they were slow on the first pit stops, and whether that indeed has been addressed for that second set of pit stops? If not, if you could stick your head in there, please. Jeremy is short. He's got a little... Jeremy's come up with something new this weekend.
No. I always do that for long races.
Oh, do you do that for the long races? Yeah. Okay. He's got his pit stop sheet, and there's a little comments box underneath. He's got them all colour-coded for the different cars, and there's a little comments box, and he's got an asterisk next to those two because he knows he needs to fill something in for why they were a little bit longer. So we'll get onto that for you, Jeremy. Jeremy's house must be full of timing sheets.
Don't go there.
Really?
No.
Just in case Tammy's listening.
Next subject.
Okay, moving right along here on IMSA Radio.
After that round of pit stops, then, as one would suspect, excellent pit work as ever by Action Express Racing. Dave Cameron still leads the race, remains at the wheel of that car. Christian Fittipaldi, who also started that car, he number 5 car, now moves up into second place ahead of both of the Mazdas, which are actually been separated also by Ryan DL in the Action Express car. So all of a sudden, the order has changed just a little, just a little bit. It's now 31, 5, 55, 90, 70, 10, 2, and 0. The number 2 car getting out ahead of the Delta Wing, which, as we heard now, has Andy Merrick at the wheel. In PC, change there as well, because number 52 car all of a sudden has fallen back to 3rd place. It's number 38 leads from the number 8 and then the 52.
This is the... I think we found out what the problem was with the 67, Shea?
There was a slight issue with one of the wheel locks during that first pit stop, and it didn't actually run away. It just was reluctant to go on, so that cost them that little bit of time and dropped them back in the field. But the team's not worried. They have the issue fixed.
And indeed, that is the replay. Lap 59's pit stop. It was the right front that was not happy, and that's what cost Richard Westbrook. Thanks again to our replay team doing fantastic work for us here.
Yeah, it cost him a lot of time. It wasn't just a little bit of time, it was a lot. So the second pit stop was okay?
It seemed to be, yeah. Let's see where the 67 has come back out. Well, it's down in 10th position. Westy's still behind the wheel of that. It's a long run for Westy.
Yeah, but that's where it was. It was at the back of the pack.
Right, so and of course he's under yellow, so he's lost no time at all. But it's sweeping going on down through the S's. That's nice work by the IMSA team here to take the opportunity whilst we're under full course caution with an hour and a half's racing completed as we head towards 15 minutes before 1 o'clock in the afternoon here at Road Atlanta. Sirius 106 and 145, XM 203 around the circuit on 97.9 FM and 454 our scanner frequency, and of course on the IMSA app. The 60 is in. We'll find out about their early pit stop in a moment, but here's what's happening right now. Shea Adam.
They're putting Olivia Pla back behind the wheel and putting 4 sticker Continental tires onto that car. Now John Pugh has to meet a minimum drive time to be able to receive any sort of points for the Truman Aiken Award, and they will be cognizant of that as Tommy Dreesy goes back out from the pit lane. But for now, Olivia Pla back in the 60.
Okay, and now Shea's going to find out what happened at their first pit stop, whether that was an issue. So there's a huge cloud of dust being blown up as the jet dryer, or at least the blower, comes through. Hide your eyes if you're down by the support pit lane, being covered with one of the Mazda intervention vehicles as it drives around and tries to blow up, and has blown off away one of the sponsor signs there on the front straight. Not sure who is on the camera beside the start-finish line, but got a face full of red dust as well. Camera operator there. I think our race officials on the start-finish gantry as well had a bit of an issue. Ollie Pla in the bright fluorescent yellow racing helmet. Yep. Back behind the wheel and with a very determined look beneath the visor there. Shea Adam is down in that 60 pit. Shea, any news on that first pit stop? Jim Roller?
Yeah, actually it's Shea's fatter cousin.
Sorry, Jim, I didn't realize you'd come back.
I just got back. I've got Michael Shank, and he's talking to the crew guys here. Just give us a moment, and he'll be with us here shortly.
Thank you, Jim.
And there we go. Michael, kind of a blistering start, but then kind of got a little wobbly. What was wrong on that first pit stop, and what's been going on in this last session?
Well, first of all, Ollie and the team, the Honda motor, everything performed, ridiculously well. The car is still very good balance, still got a ton of speed. We do have a problem with the left rear, and it's going to be with us the rest of the night. So we're going to try to manage it and do the best we can for all the folks that support us here. We're figuring out solutions as we move. The important part is we try not to go a lap down. We just got our lap back, which is good. So we're looking forward to it here.
What's the problem with the left rear?
I don't want to say.
Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that, John. Do a little sleuthing and see if we can figure it out what it is.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Jeremy, thumbs up from you there. Excellent. And thank you, Michael. I know sometimes these things are difficult, but thank you for at least putting a little bit of detail on that. And we respect that what might be going on there. But Michael Shank always giving us the answer to the question, and as there, if he doesn't want to say it, he says, I don't want to say it, and we're not going to press him on that.
Fine.
That's great.
Fine.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, and as always, their great strategy. They kept him out when everybody else came into the pit lane. So once everybody made their pit stops, then the field is reset. Everybody's lined up behind the safety car, and anybody who, or in each of the classes that lies between the safety car and their class leader, respectively, is able to cycle on past the safety car, move around to the back of the pack. That's exactly what the number 60 car did, except it then came onto pit lane to take on regular service. So that means it is now back on the lead lap. So that's one of the idiosyncrasies of this system, which I think is great because it keeps more cars in the race. A lot of people will disagree with that, but I don't care.
The difficulty is always in multi-class racing, Jeremy, that when the safety car comes out, it's highly unlikely that you're not interfering with one of the other three classes with the leader of the race overall. What that does, it doesn't take away that interference completely, but it helps to mitigate the negative effect on the race in the GTLM, GT Daytona or PC categories. There's lots of schools of thought on it, but over the years there's been plenty of different things tried. This one seems to be the least intrusive and something that you can do the quickest, so that you don't have to stay under caution very much longer than you need to. There's a Corvette in the pit lane, which I wasn't sure should be there. This is going to be a driver change for the number 3, Antonio Garcia, getting out here.
Yeah, very much unexpected, because this car just came down the pit lane during that freneticness that we saw. They have new Michelin tires, so maybe they saw something on the telemetry that showed them a slow puncture in one of the Michelins and decided to go ahead and do the driver change now. A very short fuel, they clean the grill, and out he goes.
That one needs investigation there, Shea. I'm sure that a quick nod to Doug Feehan or to Danny Binks there might be able to get you an answer on that one. The safety car lights are out, so they timed it absolutely perfectly. They'll be able to run round back to the tail of the field, get some heat into those Michelin tyres as they do so, and by the time they're joining on to the end of the field, we should just be about going back to green after our first full course yellow of the 19th running of the Petit Le Mans, presented by Harris Cherokee Casino and Resorts, caused by Tommy Dreesy spinning into the gravel at turn 10A. Not the first to have done that, and I'm sure he won't be the last. 8 hours and 23.5 minutes to go by the time we get to the green flag. The Audi R8 has extinguished the light bar on the roof. It's pulled away, it's back into the pit lane, and the field is under control of Dane Cameron.
Very, very quickly, GTD remains the number 33 car, ahead now to the 23, the number 9, and the number 73, which has fallen back a couple of places during that pit stop.
And Ben Keating behind the wheel of that lead Viper. Of course, the lead has dissipated somewhat as it's visitflorida.com and Mazda fighting through the field, and behind them the number 90 of Ryan DL coming through. Ricky Taylor's in there as well. They're all mixed in with the traffic, of course, so this is great news. Manna from heaven for the Action Express twins. 31 Dane Cameron and Christian Fittipaldi trying to set sail at the head of the field. Half a second behind them, Nunes in the first of the Mazdas, and Nunes challenging for second position as they come up to turn number 6. Thinks about popping out to the right-hand side, can't make it happen. Ryan DL trying to get on terms with them. This will be great for the Scotsmen. They've not had the fastest car in the last few races, but that number 90 team, if you take their dictionary and look in Q, the word quit has actually been cut out. It's not there. They will never ever give up, and they're trying to get on terms at the moment as the Mazda has to go all the way to the left-hand side as Fittipaldi defends stoutly into turn 10A. Now through the right-hander at 10B underneath the bridge. This is the first lap back to green. Is there enough heat in the tyres to take the 12th and final right-hand turn flat? It looked like it to me. Easy flat.
Ew.
Heading down through the first corner. Jeremy?
Yeah, number 16 car for Change Racing, Lamborghini, just went behind the wall, we're told. So that's a shame. Spencer Pompelli, Corey Lewis, and the third driver for this weekend in that car is Richard Antonucci, who's a real talent. That's a shame. That car's been super strong. They've had no luck at all, those guys, this season. Their first campaign in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. But it's a really good team, super enthusiastic, and I'm sure they will be back.
A very rare mistake by Corvette Racing. The reason that they had to come back into the pit lane and change the tires is because due to a late-minute call, the last-minute call, as a matter of fact, the last possible second, the wrong tires were actually put on the car. They have a couple of different compounds from Michelin, and the ones that they wanted to put on the car were not the ones that actually made it. So Danny Binks brought the car back down the pit lane, and they did do the driver change at the same time to try and make up some lost ground.
Yeah, Jeremy said yesterday, it's like being a pilot. Make one mistake, don't make two. Yep. That's really quick thinking from Danny Binks and the rest of the team. Executing the pit stops, one of our IHG Rewards Club keys to the race. So a slight mistake there from Corvette, but can they make that into a little bit of an advantage. They've changed up their strategy there, and that is very impressive. Exactly what you'd expect from a team that has won this race 10 times in the past.
And the team, of course, going for all the clean sweep of championships as well. Teams, manufacturers, and drivers. And your number 67 car, the Ford GT, that's the only car that can pip Tommy Milner and Oliver Gavin to the championship in GTLM, the Drivers' Championship. And as we've said all week, that car, the 67 car, has to win. Well, that was a car that had the problem in that first round of pit stops, so now it's at the very back, but won because of the number 3 car has gone behind it as a result of that late pit stop. But there's a big steep uphill battle here for the 67 team if they are to wrest away that championship in GTLM.
And merely 8 hours and 20 minutes to do it. Yep. The 31 and 5 are battling for the championship in prototype. That's the 2 Action Express cars. There's 3.2 seconds between them, and they are 1 and 2 in the class. Christian Fittipaldi's problem at the moment is he can't even get onto the back of Dane Cameron because he's too busy fighting off Tristan Nunez, who is right up his tailpipes every time he can be, but just can't find the right spot, can't find a chink in the armour of Christian Fittipaldi in that Corvette DP to be able to dive through. We've seen this so many times this season.
And we're just at about 20 or 30 yards behind them. Same issue. We've got the other Mazda prototype now bottled up behind the number 90 car of Ryan DL. You know, the Mazda prototypes, they're fast, but they don't have the punch off the corners, and that makes it really, really difficult to make any overtaking moves here. That is a frustration for now both Tristan Nunez and Tom Long, who's back at the wheel of the number 70 car.
Cameron Walsh is listening in. Hello, Cam. Listening on XM, Sirius XM 145, all the way through, uninterrupted to the end of the race. You'll also find us on Sirius 106 and XM 203 on the IMSA app, of course, and on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Penalty box for the 7 car, I think, Shay. Is that going in there?
Yes, it is. And as Johnny Knotts just told me, it's a very rare penalty that he's serving. The first one that Johnny has ever called in his career of this such. The 7, you might remember, was behind the wall getting work done. Well, they came back out when the pits were closed. By the rule book, you can only do emergency service if you come into the pit lane while the red light is on. They didn't do emergency service, they did full service. So now they are paying the price for that, and that car will be stationary for about another 30 seconds longer. And then it can go back out on track and see if the changes that they actually put into effect worked.
It's a vague one, that, Shay, but yeah, understand that. Stop people potentially going in behind the wall and back out again and getting an advantage. Not at all what the 7 car was doing, but they've transgressed the rule there, so they'll be sitting for a little while. So as we head towards the 1 o'clock hour in the afternoon here, Jeremy Shaw.
And in PC, changes once again after that second round of pit stops. Number 52 car we mentioned have fallen behind both the number 38 of Kenton Cook and the number 8 car of Alex Popo. Well, it didn't take long for Jose Gutierrez, who took over at the wheel number 52 car from Robert Alon, to move past both of those 2 cars ahead of him. So Jose Gutierrez in the lead now, again in car number 52 in PC.
It's been a cracking battle already, and the 2 leaders separated by 4.5 seconds, but have both just put their fastest lap and their car's fastest lap of the race in from Cameron and Fittipaldi. 14.3 for the leader, Dane Cameron in the 31, the red and white prototype, and then the white, black and yellow of Christian Fittipaldi, a 14.9. Nunez, DL, Tom Long, 15s at best. In GTLM, Giancarlo Fisichella just 0.8 ahead of the chasing Choi Hand. In GTD, Ian James behind the wheel of the Porsche in second place, and he is a couple of moments ago being hassled by Matt Bell. Matt will go around the outside into turn number 6. Now that's a brave manoeuvre. He's got his teammate Marcus Seefried right in behind him, all the way around 6 and all the way around the outside in 7. That was very brave indeed from Matt Bell, but doesn't quite make that happen. And Ian James stoutly defending that second place for the 23 Alex Job Racing Heart of Racing Porsche. Ben Keating, by the way, is 3 seconds up the road from this and doing a splendid job, having taken over from Jerome Bleekemolen, who put more than 20 seconds on the field in his first stint. Ben Keating making sure that they're giving the Viper the best opportunity to go out of IMSA rules racing with a top step of the podium finish. Faster cars coming through that battle now. Sorry, Jeremy.
That's true. And you talked about Dane Cameron setting his best lap of the race so far on lap 73, just really taking great advantage of the fact for a couple of laps he has some clear traffic, because he went faster again on his last lap, a 14.26, which is fast. I was going to say something there, I can't remember what it was. But anyway, he's extended his lead over Christian Fittipaldi now to over 5 seconds. And that's as a result of that clear laps. But he's not going to have many more clear laps now for quite a while.
Yeah, as soon as you get into traffic, it's big clumps of traffic as well. That is the issue. Although, again, make the point, Jeremy, the Chevy prototypes do seem to have an advantage in getting through that traffic. It's been ever thus. The performance balancing of 2 prototype concepts from very different thought processes has really taken a few years to absolutely nail down. They do make their, but it's been done very well, they do make their lap times in very different ways. And the advantage that the prototypes and DPs have always had through traffic, you can't negate the fact that they've got bigger, more torquey engines, and that is one of their advantages.
Watching an aerial shot here of the cars going through the S's. That's a fantastic view from that helicopter flying there, sort of kind of just above the top of the trees. You've got a good grasp of the elevation change as well, as they plunge downhill through the S's, then uphill quite steeply through turn 5.
Oh, yes.
And then it's undulating sections, kind of a roller coaster over to 6 and into 7.
You don't see from the helicopter just how highly banked turn and cambered turn 6 is. You really take a huge amount of speed into there. I'm up for doing our commentary from the helicopter. Really, we'll be able to see everything at the same time.
I don't know about that.
Where would you put your paper?
Yeah, exactly. It'd be flying around, it would be zipping out the window, wouldn't it?
So Dane Cameron then still with 4.5 seconds. The battle for second place in GT Daytona. Ben Keating now 3.5 seconds to the good in the lead from Ian James and Marco Seefried, battling in the Porsche number 23 and the Audi number 44. Porsche the Blue Cup. Across the start-finish line. And off to another lap. Porsche, BMW. That's 6th, 7th and 8th. Patrick Pilet, Earl Bamber, Lucas 911, 912 and 100. 3 cars in the race that have the triple-digit numbers all running together in GTLM. Olivier Pla's times sharp, 1:14.3. So barely, 3.5 seconds quicker than the leader that time around. Jim Roller is back in the pit lane. Jim, when you were talking to Michael Shank and he talked about the left rear problem, hang on a second, 3 wide into turn 1, did everybody get through that? So you look up and see that away from the timing screens and it really does catch your attention. Did you get the thought that Michael was talking about a problem with the left rear in the pit stop, or a problem with the left rear full stop, if you see what I mean? A problem with the back end of the car?
I think it's a problem with the back end of the car, because he talked about having to mitigate it for the rest of the night. Now, I don't know whether we'll have to watch the next pit stop to see if it is indeed a pit stop thing that's going to happen every pit stop, or if it's something out on the racetrack. But as you just pointed out, Olivier Pla just turned a 1:14.1, right? Am I seeing that right?
Yeah,
1:14.174. So, and let me tell you, if you've got a left rear suspension problem on this racetrack, it's drastic, because this is a heavy load on the left side of the car at this racetrack. This is a bunch of right turns where the left side of the car is really loaded up.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a 14.1 and a 14.3 in the last couple of laps for Olivier Pla. So I'll err on the side of that being a problem on the tyre change rather than potentially with the car itself, because for Olivier Pla is driving around the problem as again we've got 3 wide.
Yeah, 2 prototypes side by side. That's number 90 car, I think, making a move on the number 10.
And getting through for 4th position.
Oh, wait a minute. What was happening there? No, the number 10 car just moved his way past number 70 and trying to get past number 90 as well is what happened there.
Yeah, that's 4th, 5th and 6th, Jeremy. As Tom Long in the Mazda number 70 drops the position. Scott Sharp's only a second further back out of that in the 2 ESM car. Did Cameron by 6 seconds now. Fittipaldi has squeezed away to 2 seconds from Nunez, who's got 4.5 on Ryan DL now in 4th position. But then there's Ricky Taylor, Tom Long, Scott Sharp, all in close attendance and all picking their way through GT traffic. Now, this is why I love endurance racing, because of the fact that you have to deal with overtaking pretty much every lap. Now, it might not be for position, often it won't be, but that doesn't mean that you haven't got to still find the right way by the car without ruining his or your race. It's the ultimate challenge. And no blue flag rules that mean you must pull over. If you're a GT car and you're having your own battle, you've got to expect that the prototypes coming up will want to be by. But by the same time, if you're a prototype, you've got to respect the fact that those guys are having their own battle.
Absolutely right.
And I think the blue flags are there to help you, yes. If your lap's down and you're holding up the leader for no reason at all, that's something very different. But this is a very different set of circumstances than we see in some open wheel racing, where you get the penalty if you don't let the leaders by within a couple of blue flags. That's a different type of racing. It's not what we're talking about here. I'm not criticising that, I'm saying it's different. And here the drivers have to plan their way past the cars. Some of these cars, of course, in the GT categories are not that much slower than the prototypes, and they punch out the corners pretty well.
And we did talk a little while ago about the number 16 Lamborghini going behind the wall. Well, good news there, Lamborghini fans, because that car's just trundled down the pit lane and is rejoining the race. So whatever the problem was, they've hopefully fixed it completely, and that car back into the fray. It is quite a few laps down. It's 10 laps down. More than that, isn't it? It's 20-odd laps down to the rest of the cars in GTD, but at least they got that car going again. Great job at the change racing. Also in PC, Jose Gutierrez, he's set sail at the front there. He's pulled out over 7.5 seconds now over Kenton Cook in second place. He took the lead about 7 or 8 laps ago, and he's extended that lead quite rapidly. Alex Popper now in car number 8, the championship leading car, a similar margin back in 3rd place. Misha Goikberger driving the JTC Miller Motorsports entry. He's a lap back in 4th place, and not too far ahead of all the GTLM cars. It's still Giancarlo Fisichella that leads there, but not by very much over Joey Hand and Tommy Milner, again the championship leader in GTLM, hanging in there in the 3rd position.
Ollie Pla is putting on a school out there, a masterclass. 9th position in traffic there, but still carving his way through. It is noticeable though that when the P2 derived prototype cars hit the traffic, they seem to lose more in lap time. But that was a 17 that time around for Ollie Pla. 17.2. He's been doing low 14s, so he's lost 3 seconds a lap there, and now he's behind Ben Keating, our Viper driving GTD leader, through turn 12. Yeah, no hint of a lift there. Front end of the 60 car, the Ligier, just lifting a little bit and bobbling over the bumps as he comes round to put another lap on the Delta wing.
No, that is for
sorry,
position.
Excuse me. Yes, of course it is, Jeremy. Well done. That is 8th position. Andy Merrick then entitled to defend, gets a wiggle on down through 3 and 4, comes up to 5. Very different line from the more traditional prototypes as he comes through. The bodywork flapping around as Andy flings the car over the curb and down towards turn 6. Very slightest breathe on the brake pedal as you through 6, take a huge amount of pace into there, and Olivier Plat pressuring, but doing the decent thing, pulled out of that one when he could have stuck it down the inside. It's all right flashing your headlights, Olivier, that's for position. You're not the leader now, and you will have to fight past the Welsh Wizard. He's not going to give you 8th position. My goodness, that car's swift in a straight line. The Delta Wing, the Elan motor. Nose of the number 60 car. It's not graffiti, it's not fly spots. That nose piece was left open as he goes past Andy into turn 1 there, and that's 8th position now for Ollie Plat. The nose was left out for the fans to put their messages to the team and to John Pugh on, and many have taken the opportunity so to do. Very nice gesture that, and that'll be a great souvenir for John Pugh of his time in IMSA racing. Very well liked, John. As there's a change for position in the 2nd spot of GTLM. Seafried has just gone past Ian James. GT Daytona, excuse me. And did it rather easily as well, and has immediately pulled away. Now, has Ian James got a problem in that 23 car? Again, tight in the championship in GT Daytona. He's got behind him now Matt Bell, and Matt McMurray's not too far away either in the 73 Park Place Porsche.
Cool, a bit of blocking going on there by number 90 car. That was Ryan DL trying to hold off Ricky Taylor as they passed some slower traffic going along the start-finish line, John. That was really tight. They were squeezed up right up against the grass on the inside of the road going into turn 1.
It's not the optimum line into there,
no,
is it?
It's not.
And it's quite dirty over there as well. Ian James has got the Porsche back together again, the 23 multicoloured or multi-blue toned Porsche 911 through the final corner. Bounces towards the curb. Madison Snow, Matt McMurray closing in on them in 5th position. Matt Bell trying to find some way past two very different thought processes behind these two cars. The venerable Porsche engine placed firmly at the back of the car. Great traction, great push from the corners. Loves it when it's slippery. The new Audi R8 LMS, the 2nd version of this car. All the lessons that were learned on the first one translated into this, and indeed the design of the street car influenced by Audi Sport to make the platform better for racing. And at the head of the field, all of a sudden, Ben Keating has been caught in GT Daytona by Marco Seafried, and there will be a battle for 1st position in GT Daytona. It's 26th and 27th overall, but the white and green Viper has got company pretty much for the first time, Jeremy, since we saw the green flag.
Yeah, still Ben's done a really fine job there at the wheel of this car. He's maintained the lead. He's certainly more than likely going to lose it here to Marco Seafried, but it's still been an excellent first stint by Ben Keating. He maintained the lead all the way through his first stint until the next round of pit stops, and now he's going to allow room on the inside. Sensible driving there by Ben Keating. Looking at the big picture, long way to go in this race. No point in fighting a losing battle. He knows Marco's quicker at this stage, so let him go, concentrate on his own race. Meanwhile, Ricky Taylor did make that move on Ryan DL last time around, so car number 10 up into 4th position.
Let's pick up some of the reports from our Continental Tire pit lane team on people who've had problems. Spencer Pumpelly had to come into the pit lane in the 16 Lamborghini. Jim Roller has that story.
That was a broken outrigger belt, John. They had to take it behind the wall and fix it, and then brought it back out. He'll be back out there. They don't expect it to be a reoccurring issue.
Thank you, Jim. And that car is indeed lapping and lapping very quickly as Spencer Pumpelly goes past us, actually right on cue. A 1:22.1 is that car's fastest lap of the race, so no ill effects then from that service as we come up to the first 2 hours of racing. And this is significant, Jeremy, because in 57 seconds there'll be a 5-point
No, it's after 4
Sorry,
hours.
4.
Actually.
Yes, not 2-4. Yes, it's 4.
So we're halfway
Correct.
to the first round of point scoring for the Tequila Patrón North American Endurance Championship. But yeah, well pointed out. By the way, Ricky Taylor's made that move, but also hats off to Tom Long, who's long last one of the Mazda prototype cars, has been able to get around one of the DP cars. Tom Long has somehow found a way past Ryan DL, and Ryan DL now coming under pressure from Scott Sharp. There's a good battle going on there between those two.
You're listening to IMSA Radio live from trackside. The first 2 hours of racing is complete for the 19th running of Petit Le Mans, presented by Harris Cherokee Casino. Sirius 106 and 145, XM 203, and around the circuit on 97.9 FM. The IMSA app makes sure that wherever you are in the world, you can get us in sound and vision. And we've got 8 hours of racing still to come from Road Atlanta.
The WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
It's Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf in the booth. Our Continental Tire pit lane reporters are Jim Roller and Shea Adam. Right in the middle of a green flag run here. And Jeremy Shaw, what's been going on in the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, Ryan DL has slipped from 4th to 7th over the last, 1, 2, 3 laps. So I don't know whether there's a difficulty there, whether he's had a problem. He didn't lose them all at once. He's lost them one at a time. So unlike certainly unlike Ryan DL to give up any places, so he certainly wouldn't have done it on purpose. But whether he has a problem or not, we'll have to wait and see over the next few laps to see whether he can at least maintain pace with Scott Sharp.
Well, who better to ask than Mark Goosens? Mark, you're listening on the radio to Ryan. Is everything okay with the car?
Yeah, he commented he starts to lose a little bit of power, so we're looking into it to see where it comes from. But right now he can't see anything, so he's just hanging in there right now.
He's been in the car for 2 hours. You're getting in next, I would imagine?
Yeah, I was ready to take over, but I think he wanted to keep going by himself for 10 hours. So no, I'm ready whenever he gets in. It's my turn next.
I'll keep my eyes on it. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Or difficulties there then for the number 90 car, Ryan DL. We thank you very much. Great pit reporting once again by our team on the Continental Tire pit lane. And Ryan DL has slipped back into 7th place. He's now going to, he's already under pressure now from Olivier Pla as well. 87 laps completed by the leaders at this stage. And in the overall, it's Dane Cameron leads by about 3 seconds. Because the margin was trimmed quite dramatically on that previous lap to Christian Fittipaldi, the 2 Action Express cars once again out in front of this race. In 3rd place, Tristan Nunez in car number 55 for Mazda. Then Ricky Taylor up into 4th with number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing. 5th place, Tom Long in the 2nd on the Mazda's car number 70. Then Scott Sharp and Olivier Pla, who's moving up very rapidly now in at number 60 car up into the 7th place. In PC, Jose Gutierrez leads. He's just gone past the start-finish line to complete his 85th lap. He leads now by 10 seconds over Kenton Cook and a similar margin back to Alex Papau in 3rd place. GTLM, Giancarlo Fisichella for Risi Competizione in the bright red 62 Ferrari. He leads by just a couple of seconds over Jerry Hand in the 66 Ford. Tommy Milner, similar margin back in 2nd. 3rd place in number 4 Corvette. And then a similar gap again, about 2 seconds to Daniel Serra, number 68 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari, who's been tailed by Dirk Werner in the best of the BMWs. That's car number 25.
It's the voice of Jeremy Shaw here on IMSA Radio live from trackside. Getting into the meat of the race now as people are settling into their pace, and it's a relatively quick one in the heat of the day. Remember our IHG Rewards Club keys to the race. It's really be there in the darkness hours and give yourself the last couple of hours to race to the checkered flag. Work the yellows. Well, we've had one so far. Get your pit stops right. You have to execute there, and the big one, of course, is patience. Seen some fairly forceful driving, but nothing outlandish in these first couple of hours, Jeremy. Still get the feeling that everyone is working to the game plan, and that's good. Nobody's lost their cool yet. Corvette had to shift things around a little bit when they made a mistake in the pit stops. with the wrong set of Michelin tyres going on to one of their cars, but tried to turn that into their advantage as the 3 of Jan Magnussen is in the pit lane from 10th in GTLM, and that's Shea Adams' end of pit lane. Shea?
It doesn't sound fully healthy, John, and there is no one waiting for it at the pit box. So that, to me, would be going behind the wall. The 3 has gone behind the wall.
Oh, this is drama. Drama indeed for Corvette. On the cusp of 3 championships, and their team members have run to the end of the pit lane where Jan Magnussen has taken that Corvette. 1 win in every season, at least 1 win in every season that he's competed here in the American Le Mans Series. For Jan Magnussen, it's an extraordinary record that he has, and he has competed at, I think, all bar 1 of this Petit Le Mans race, as he gets that car into the pit lane, or at least to behind the wall, and heading down to their garage at the moment. Well, Jeremy, that is going to be a worry for the Corvette team. Effectively, that's one of the bullets from the good for their teams and manufacturers championship.
Yeah, very true. And that certainly wasn't what they were hoping for with what are we, just over 2 hours into this race. A very rare failure, it would appear, for Corvette Racing. They've I don't think they've failed to finish a race this season, have they? I'll have a check on that, but it's been a remarkably good campaign really for both of those cars all the way through the season.
So Jeremy Shaw working all the angles at the moment as Olivier Plat continues his climb up the field, right in behind Scott Sharp, the green and black prototype in the braking area down towards 10A and 10B, and there's a huge amount of traffic there. Just in front of Scott Sharp is Tom Long in the Soul Red, the dark maroon red number 70 Mazda, as they come round to complete their 91st racing lap, and through goes Ollie Plat. So he's got 2 potential positions there if he can get onto the tail of Scott Sharp and Tom Long. And Tom Long is not that far behind Ricky Taylor, who's in the black and blue Wayne Taylor racing car. In fact, he's right up the tailpipes of that car at the moment. So potentially here a battle from 4th on down, Jeremy, in the overall standings, just separated at the moment by a couple of GT cars.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it?
It really is. And the pressure really on all of those drivers to get their passes through the lap traffic as quickly as they can, through turn 7 onto the long back straight. And Ricky Taylor did exactly the right thing there in getting that pass around the number 4 Corvette of Tom Milner done beforehand. There goes Tom Long past Milner. Next it'll be Scott Sharp with the ESN to Tequila Patrón car. And a very quick fix for Tom Milner's teammate Jim Roller, the 3 car back on the pit lane.
Not yet, John. He's going down the backside of the pits through where the fans are. He'll be coming out onto the pit lane right at your feet shortly.
And we'll find out what the issue was for that car.
And the last retirement, I think, for a Corvette in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship was back
1854, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Watkins Glen last year, I think. I think that's the only retirement they've had in the last 2 years. So hopefully they can get that car back out in the race.
There was a non-finish at Long Beach, of course, as well, wasn't there?
When?
This year.
Was it?
The 3 car after the late race incident. Antonio Garcia hit the wall, sorry, on his own. Yeah, thank you, Shea, for reminding us about that. But from terms of mechanical problems that aren't driver-induced, yes, very long time indeed. Right, action at the front of the field. Here's how it stands. 9 seconds is the gap that Dane Cameron, who's leading in the 31 car, has over Christian Fittipaldi's teammate in the 5 in second. Then Nunez has 4 seconds on Ricky Taylor from 3rd to 4th. Ricky Taylor has nothing at all. Oh, actually, he's just squeezed out to a couple of seconds actually on Tom Long, who's then got 6/10 and a 10th between Scott Sharp and Ollie Plat, with Ryan DL now 14 seconds dropping behind those guys. And Ollie Pla's gone through. Pla's gone through as he's gone past us. And that is another position, 6th position now, and just 7/10 of a second between Ollie Pla and Tom Long. As the Corvette number 4, Tom Milner, is trying to make moves through the traffic. Our leader is on turn 6. Let's go down to Jim Roller, who can give us that update on the Corvette, the number 3 car of Jan Magnussen behind the wall. But very briefly, Jim, what was up?
Throttle motor, John, they had to replace that. It was replaced. It should be fine. Danny Binks is really frustrated at this point. Doesn't know why it happened. It's just one of those weird things that can't ever remember a throttle motor having a problem. But it makes sense because it sounded like it was way under power when it came down the pit lane.
Thank you, Jim. Well, first thing you do when you design a race car that needs to run for 10, 12 or 24 hours, make it serviceable. Something like that happens, it's no good if it's going to take 2 hours to get it fixed. It didn't. It barely took that car 2 laps out of the running. Let's see where the Magnussen car has dropped down to 36th position and is on lap 86. So it has lost 4 laps. 4 laps to the lead. All right, difficult, but when you're chasing a manufacturer's championship, a team's championship, and the driver's championship, that car has to be back out there, Jeremy, with the potential of scoring points.
Yeah, well, yes, they do at least have 2 bullets in that gun, so you know, whichever is the highest place of the cars will score points.
Massive slide there by Ollie Pla coming through turn 7.
And I don't know what happened to him on the last lap, because he lost that position again to the number 2 car, which we can see a couple of cars ahead of him. So I don't know whether he had a quick spin, because all of a sudden he'd moved past the number 2 car.
Yeah, and he did a 19.6 last time around, Jeremy.
Yeah. So I think he might have had a quick spin somewhere.
So the 60 car just slowed a lap ago, is what I'm hearing. And coming out of turn number 7, pulls out to 7 and just pulls off to the right-hand side. That's and in fact, it stopped. And he's had to restart that car there and then gets on the throttle. Listen to this. This is the onboard sound. So he comes up to the corner. He turns into turn 6. He's fine. He's got Tom Long right ahead of him. As he comes to 7, turns in, hits the... Oh, doesn't even hit the curb. The engine just dies. The engine has just died. Refires. He gets it back up. He gets the wheels spinning and gets away again. That's why he's having issues. Oh, that you don't need. Honda engineers down at Michael Shank Racing are huddled up. I don't think they're calling a post pattern plate. They'll be looking for data coming back from that car. Ollie Pla back under steam with fire in the Honda motor, and again starts to chase down Scott Sharp. Huge amounts of rubber debris being thrown off the tyres, and you see it on occasion being thrown up by the sticky hot rubber of the cars going down the back straight. It can get balled up underneath the wheel arches, the fenders, and cause problems. So around the world, live from trackside, you're listening to IMSA Radio, Sirius XM 145, Sirius 106 and XM 203, as well, of course, as on the IMSA app. Our syndications around the world with various TV and radio channels as well. Good to have you company. And off the 55, Tristan Nunes has gone out of 3rd position. Now he's on an escape road-ish, but he's nosed that Mazda number 55 into the wall there, right next to the Racing Bears. That's at the top of turn 2 to 3, yeah. Coming out of 3, Jeremy, I think, as he does a 182-point turn, does not want to get onto the track too early. These cars don't have a lot of steering lock. He's done a pretty good... I don't think he's actually damaged the nose on that car. If he can get it back onto the circuit, which he has done. He's going to run down the inside of the track onto the other part of the circuit. That is smart from Nunes. Again, make one mistake, don't make two. He'll rejoin into the middle of the S's and has dropped well behind. Has he lost a full lap? The leader's hitting such a cracking pace. He's down towards turn number 6. All looks okay now. He'll be working the crud off the tyres through 7. Mazda engine sounds good for him. Well, problems then for 2 of our leading cars in the last few minutes, Jeremy, and the drama begins to ramp up. And we're only 2 hours and 15 minutes into this race.
Yes, indeed. Number 90 car, by the way, is in the pits. Looks like a fairly long stop there. We also saw the number 6 Stevenson Motorsport Audi onto pit lane as well. That was looked like to be a quick stop.
Ryan DL in the Visit Florida number 90. And that looked like a bit. And another problem for the Mazda.
Yeah.
It's run out of power again. Now, we were hearing from Mazda themselves that it had a problem. They had to recycle. I don't think Tristan drove it off the track by the skid marks we saw, and he's down the hill. He did pull off track, I'm hearing. Thank you again to our colleagues down in TV land. Jim Roller is standing on guard right in front of Tristan Nunes as he comes in. Was that dead stick, Jim, as he came in?
Yes, it was. They've got telemetry they're going to put into the side of the car to try and figure out what's going on. Looking over, I think you're right, John. There is no damage to the nose of this car. He did not, if he went in, he didn't go in very hard. Spencer Pickett is going to take over. They're going to try and do some diagnostic work on this car. They've changed all 4 tires. The windscreen, no, the windscreen's fine. It's got, it may look like from a camera angle that because of what you're seeing are the tear-offs. They've got 5 tear-offs there, 1 for every 2 hours of the race. And they'll pull those off as they need to. The 31 car has now come in the pits. The rear deck is going off the car. This is not going to be the work of a moment, John, as they are going to, they're checking. Yeah, race leader is in the pits. He'll go all the way down and pull to a stop. It'll be a 4-tire change for that car.
Yeah, they come over the wall now. In goes the hose. Driver's door open. Out gets Dave Cameron. Meanwhile, GT Daytona Championship leading car, Christina Nielsen, still behind the wheel of that 63 Ferrari, and it looks like she is going to stay in until she's done the amount of time she needs to clinch this championship. Takes a drink from her drinks bottle while she's standing still. New set of Continentals have been bolted onto the 63 car. And she wasn't happy. The wing mirror on the right-hand side, the passenger side, not where she wants it to be. So if they're putting that right, that's really smart to take the time to do that. You cannot drive around here and not be aware of what's going on behind you. No rear window on that car. Meantime, at Mazda, the work goes on, Jim, but I don't think they've found what the problem is.
No, they haven't, John. They've got one fella standing here with a spare set of plug wires. They've got kind of everybody has one item that it might be, and they're just checking everything. I suspect there's some sort of misfire. They're looking down. They're even looking to see if maybe it's an exhaust piece that has come loose or something like that may be causing the problem. So they are giving it a good look-see. I'm going to try and get over to Tristan and see if he can shed any light on what it is, or if the car gave him any sort of clue that there was a problem.
Jim Roller reporting for us as 50% of our Continental Tire pit lane team, and a problem for the 73. Matt McMurray has spun it coming out of turn number 6 and is facing the inside wall. Now he's got to reverse right onto the racing line, which he actually doesn't do. Smart move, Matt. It's only taken up half the track there. as he heads back around to the left-hand side. Now, was that on his own? There was a lot of cars in there. Oh, there's a Stevenson Audi in there, but he wasn't in. No, it was just on his own. Both the Stevenson Audi. We had the Paul Miller Racing Lambo in there as well, but that was just pinching down on the inside. I've been saying all week that you can take a huge amount of speed through turn 6, but you've got to be able to use all the road there. Poor Matt McMurray didn't have that luxury with cars around him, and as he tried to tighten the line on the exit, the back end of the Porsche just got away from him. Jim Roller.
Well, it's fast and furious down here, John. As usual, the number 90 has come in. The number 10 has just come in for their pit stops. There is a problem for the 90. The Corvette, Ryan DeGale and Mark Goosen's car, Visit Florida Chevrolet. They've got the rear bonnet off. They're looking around as well. I suspect that this may be a misfire as well, John.
Thanks, Jim. Wow, this is unbelievable. It's all kicked off now, Jeremy. Ricky Taylor in the number 2, the second place car, sorry, the number 10 car. That looked fairly routine at the far end of the pits, and it now heads out. The 90 car still on pit lead, and Jim Roller can tell us.
Now they're changing the ECU. So
this is the 90 car, Jim, isn't it?
When you get these electrical gremlins, John, it's just a nightmare, as you well know. If you get one into your street car, it's just you know, it's horrible. You're chasing your tail. So what they're doing is they're starting at the source, change the ECU first, and then work their way through the other systems.
Unbelievable. They have had no luck at all this year, have they, Jeremy? The number 90 Visit Florida car. The tail end of that car taking off, propped up against the rear wing. Jim Roller on duty as in comes Scott Sharp from the lead of the race. The Honda-powered Ligier back down the pit lane.
Yeah.
And this looks, again, relatively routine. Scott Sharp out of that car there. New set of Continentals going on. Should be Pipo Durrani in on the rotation. He's getting a sticker set of tyres, a new drinks bottle. Meantime, the screen has been wiped on the Mazda 55 that came in a lap or two ago. There is fire in the Honda, and out goes the number 2 car. They're trying to fire the 55. Jim Roller is close to the action. That little 4-cylinder has not, though, fired for Mazda, and so we've got 2 of the what should have been the leading prototypes sitting in pit lane with engine gremlins at the moment. Jim, just a thought here. I'm looking at you down there in the fire suit, and how's the weather down there? I mean, is it ridiculously hot? Is this why we're seeing problems, or not? Is it still relatively temperate there?
It's relatively temperate. It's warm. It's not real muggy. There's a nice breeze, so it doesn't feel ridiculously hot. Certainly, we've had hotter races this season, so I doubt it's the heat. I checked in with the 60 car, and Michael just shook his head. He said he accidentally hit the pit lane speed limiter. So that was the problem with Olivier Pla. The 55 car is still sitting here, trying to get a word with anyone from the team, getting a lot of shrugs at this point, so stand by.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim.
Great work, Jim. That explains why that car suddenly stopped down.
He knew straight away that he'd done it clearly and tightened himself. The speed limiter immediately via electronics cuts the car down to a preset speed, and sometimes as you're getting quite a lot of lock on, you can brush it with your hands if you're moving. It can happen. Coming through. Caution 9. Again, too close to the ball on the right-hand side here, and it's making the tyres to maybe 6 inches or a foot further out, just so they can manhandle a tyre and wheel is a pretty big thing to move around, and you want to have as much room as possible, as much purchase to be able to get that wheel onto the car. Back out again, and it's Fred Makowiecki who took that car over spin for a BMW. Now that's the 100 car, isn't it, that's just gone back out again?
Yeah, just
on its outlap for Kuno Whitmer, and that's at 10B. He's not in the gravel. He was very, very lucky indeed. May have had some help down there. Richard Westbrook was in close proximity, comes down the inside, and Richard is completely sideways and takes him out. Oh dear.
Big twitch.
I got the 9 car in the 66.
That Ford GT, wasn't a huge sideward slide, and as he caught, he kind of overcorrected and clipped the back end of the BMW. That's a mistake by the...
It is a mistake by Westy there, because he's not going to get round that corner. He's so far over to the left-hand side. Now, he'll see he was squeezed down there. Of course he will.
Well, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. That's not a problem.
Yeah. Unnecessary contact there. That will be being reviewed even as we speak. Jim Roller, another update?
Yeah, the 9 car has been in. The Stevenson Motorsports Audi number 9 has come in. Was showing some signs of overheating while they were changing the tires. There was a lot of steam and water popping out of the overflow valve. Also, the 66 car has come in. That's kind of that's not a big problem for the Audi, but it's just a little bit early for that, I would think. Also, the Corvette number 4 has been in. Routine stop there.
Thanks, Jim. Another half an hour of racing's whizzed over there, hasn't it? And into the pit lane comes the 67 of Richard Westbrook. Now, is he going to his pit box? He's coming from the lead, and he eases gently across to Jim Roller.
Yes, indeed. That was him going by my feet. Comes to a stop. They put the 67 board up out of the way. Be a driver change. Looks like Scott Dixon getting out, Richard Westbrook getting in, Richard Westbrook getting in. Brand new Michelin's going on the Ford GT. So we're seeing most of the GT competitors in the GTLM category anyway are going to new tires so far. Nobody that I have seen has used scrubs. Oh, he's having trouble firing it. The pit stop is done. He's having trouble getting it in gear. Crew guys are telling him to go. God, there's that awful hesitation. The crew guys don't know whether to go to his aid or not. So there's going to all these fits and starts as to whether they should get, to help him or not. And then he was able to pull away. As comes in the 33 car.
From the leading class,
from the lead in the GTD category. So it's a great so far. Mark Miller's going to get in. Ben Keating getting out of that car. This has been a great performance so far for this car in its swan song. It really likes this racetrack. John, it's been great to watch these Vipers race all the way back to 1999 when you and I got to see the Vipers, the Orica Vipers battle the Corvettes and that sort of stuff. So it's going to be a sad day when we don't see Vipers racing in America in the sports car series, because they've kind of become a fixture. They've become an icon in an American race car. Certainly not to the level of Corvette, but certainly to a strong fan base around the United States and around the world, frankly, for the Vipers. Used Continentals went on that time onto the 33 car, driver change and fuel.
Right, let's give you a little bit of updates on what's going out of the circuit in terms of the championship. I'm hearing from Corvette now that they've clinched the manufacturer titles in the prototype and GTLM categories as they started the race. As once again we see that contact between 67 Ford and Kuno Whitmer in the number 100 BMW. I'm sure that's been looked at by colleagues in race control at the moment. We'll wait to see if that car has to come in. We do have contact with them, so we'll be getting word from them at the moment. So congratulations to Corvette for prototype and GTLM manufacturer championships. That's the first part of what could be a very, very successful day for GM today. They have had problems with one of the GTLM cars, Jan Magnussen's number 3 car, having lost 4 laps with a throttle issue. And by the way, as we're doing results, the Ryder Cup now 6.5, 5.5 at the end of the Saturday foursomes. US winning 1 and halving 1. The stat is that the US have never lost when they have led after day 1 at home. And Arnold Palmer, having just died recently, there must be an awful lot of emotion there on both sides of the Ryder Cup, the red and the blue side. Looks like it's going to be an interesting day. Through a day and a half of golf still to come there. Be something I'll be tuned into tomorrow. Still 7.5 hours to come here as the cars cross the line below us, and that battle is for the lead of GTLM, where James Collado, factory driver, has Dirk Muller for BMW, for Ford, excuse me, trying to chase him down. Ollie Gavin in 3rd position for Corvette, 62, 66, 4 and 68. The second of the Ferraris this week, Andrea Bertolini, the 2 BMWs, desperately trying to stay with the leader and possibly even get their laps back.
And here is our race leader, Eric Curran, working his way past the GTLM leader. That is James Collado now. He's got about a 7.5 second lead over Dirk Muller, so those 2 cars directly behind him are 1 lap down. About 8 seconds behind the race leader is Joao Barbosa, but he's now got his mirrors full of Jordan Taylor, who's close right in there. Remember, that car starting right at the back of the prototypes, now up to 3rd place and challenging for 2nd. That is Jordan Taylor. He's that Wayne Taylor Racing team has certainly not given up on its hopes of the championship. You know, there is a Risi Ferrari. Boy, they've had just ridiculously bad luck of late. But the car has been super fast all the way through the end of this championship. And they've had good success here at the pass at Petit Le Mans.
Yes, they have. I said that to Dave Sims this morning. He was making himself a cup of tea up at Marion's at breakfast time. Just laughing, actually, about how much British influence there is up there. PG tips, HP sauce, bacon sandwiches. And Dave Sims
Changed
been around
for
quite a long time
as well.
Yeah.
Talk about Jordan Taylor closing in on Joao Barbosa. What I forgot to mention there, was about to, I didn't realise he got that close actually, because he was 3 seconds behind on the previous lap. But Olivier Pla not only closed that gap, he's actually got past. So Olivier Pla now up into 3rd place. We've got a 3-car battle for 2nd position. That's number 5, 60 and 10.
By the way, Spencer Piggott is back on the track now for Mazda number 55. Changed an ECU and a couple of sensors, 11 laps down. However, again, that is a team who will not give up, I'm sure. The sound of racing engines from trackside and our live broadcast of the 19th Petit Le Mans, presented by Harris Cherokee Casino and Resort. Wherever you are around the world, in sound, vision or both, good to have your company here as through goes that battle for 4th and 5th, excuse me, 3rd and 4th.
Second, 3rd,
4th, because that's Barbosa just ahead. Yes, it is. So the first of the white prototypes there with the black on the nose, going through turn 5, is 2nd position, Joao Barbosa. Then it's Olivier Pla in the red, white and blue Ligier Honda, and then the black and blue of the number 10. And that is Ricky Taylor. Joel Miller is the next car, but he is somewhere, well, 20 seconds further back. That's getting on for a quarter of a lap away from these guys. As into the pit lane comes the 67, Ryan Briscoe from 7th position for Ford. Ford's not had the time that they want now. This will be a drive-through penalty for the contact on Kuno Whitmer, confirmed as such from race control. Always worse to serve it when you haven't done the crime, isn't it?
And look, this is really bad news for that car's championship aspirations. In order to win the championship, they need to win the race, and now they are probably a lap down. Let's see where he comes out in relation to the leaders, or the leader, which is car number 62. I think he might be a lap down. So that's what not what they want within the first within the first 3 hours of the race.
Yeah,
we're just about the end of a normal race, aren't we?
Yes.
Right now.
Yeah, it's pretty much spot on. Coming down to, well, a little bit over 7:39 now, aren't we? Excuse me, 2:39 gone, 7:21 to go. Coming up to 3 o'clock here in Georgia, as the number 70 of Joel Miller looking at Pipo Derani ahead, being held up by 2 Corvettes through turn 7. Derani gets on the power, so does the 70 Mazda. Now this is an interesting battle. Similar type of car, turbocharged 4-cylinder 2-litre in the Mazda, with the bigger 3.5-litre engine in the green and black Tequila Patrón car, which gets past both of the Corvettes. The Master of Tonglong could only dispose of one of them. Yeah, and the number 67 car is now a lap down to the leader in GTLM, so that's not good news for Chip Ganassi Racing. Here is the number 70 car making the move on the holding off, I guess, the number 2 car. Or unless that was a pass that was made about 10 laps ago. And then he comes back through on the inside down towards turn 12. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's nice racing, guys. Yeah, too. Like that's current. Good. Yeah, all good stuff. And these two guys still at it. Eric Curran by 8 seconds from Joao Barbosa now. As Joao Barbosa just takes 3/10 or so, but Olivier Pla is the man on the move. He's right under the back wing of Joao Barbosa, coming to the end of the lap, those two at the moment, the 5 and the 60, battling for 2nd position as they come down the hill now, and they'll be crossing the line any second now. Just coming into the braking area at turn 10, just ahead of the battle we're looking at now. Here comes the 2 car. In 5th position, Pipo Derani, the Pipo effect. Yeah, the battle right now, though, is for 2nd place. Yeah, as I was saying, yeah. There it is, great job. Thanks, guys, over the top of the hill. The Pipo effect at the start of the season was certainly doing great work for the ESM team. And this time the traffic plays into the hands of Olivier Pla, and he's gone by. He's managed to get past the 5 car of Joao Barbosa, and Pla is back into 2nd place, and Barbosa is going to lose 3rd as well if he's not careful. Jordan Taylor through turn 7. Now, Jordan Taylor will be looking at the back of the Action Express car. Can he get in the slipstream, in the draft, the hole in the air that Action Express number 5 is making? They roar past the campers on both sides there of the circuit, down into turn 10A. Fabulous crowd, great day, perfect temperature, barely any wind to speak of to upset the cars as they charge down the hill through the right-hander at the final corner, and now back onto another lap. That's 118 completed. And then there's the GTLM battle, not so far back from them. James Collado with Dirk Muller, Ollie Gavin, Bertolini, Makovecki. As in again comes the 67. Now, is this for his pit stop, or was he speeding down pit lane?
It must have been something like that, because that's 3 stops he's made now in the last half a dozen laps.
Smoking from the back of the car. Yes, it is the right rear. It's that overflow again on the right rear of the car. We've seen this before. Just underneath the wing mount on the right rear. Fantastic pictures that we're getting here as that car is going to go behind the wall, and their championship hopes are in tatters. It's gone from bad to worse. Both sides of that car have been smoking. Smoke coming out from under the left rear as well of the back of the Ford last time around. This is awful luck for the Ford GT team. And Ryan Briscoe, since he's got in that car, has had nothing but bad radio messages come in and do a drive-through for something that you didn't do, your teammate did. And now you're smoking. Come on in. Black and yellow, black and orange flag, perhaps, or certainly the team have noticed that and brought him in. You can't be spreading liquid around this circuit, and that's a good call from all concerned.
And barring something absolutely ridiculous happening now, that cements the championship. That will cement the championship for Tommy Milner and Oliver Gavin. Also the teams championship, as we talked about earlier on, the manufacturers championship already clinched in GTLM. So here we are, not quite 3 hours into the race.
People Durrani just
the on the side of the race leading car.
It's a little bit of the. Is it a part of the livery? People Durrani's just done the fastest lap of the race of the number 2 car, and Ollie Pla is taking. I was going to nibbling away at the lead. He's not. He's taking huge bites out of it.
Yeah, that's fine. That car's been that's been the quickest car here all week. So forget about that as far as the championship contenders are concerned.
Good point.
Just worry about their own race. And right now, number 31 car is. It's got about 11 seconds or so over the number 5 machine. That's the sister car for Action Express Racing. And let's not forget who's been drafted in to be 3rd drivers in each of the cars this weekend. For number 5 team, defending series champion Felipe Albuquerque, who's been the stand-in for this team, a 3rd driver now for a couple of years, although didn't actually drive the car at Watkins Glen. And the 3rd driver for number 31 team, none other than Simon Pagenaud, this year's Verizon IndyCar Series champion.
Olivier Pla down to turn 6, the big red number 2 on the side of the car, denoting his position in his class 2, being second. The big red meaning the prototypes and the pro version of the prototypes. That is the top class. He's got traffic ahead of him, about to put another lap on the Mazda number 55 as well. João Barbosa left trailing in the wake since he's been passed, with Jordan Taylor still just hanging on there around about a second away in 3rd position, in 4th position, excuse me. It's the 31, the 60, the 5 and the 10. 12 seconds between the top 4 at the moment, but the top 7 still on the lead lap. Ricky Taylor through turn 1. Jordan Taylor, sorry, they changed at the last pit stop.
And still chasing after João Barbosa there, so that car has been making steady progress all the way through this race, but he's been up onto the tail of that number 5 car now for the better part of, well, he's been within a couple of seconds now for the last 10 or 15 laps, but he hasn't been able to get any closer than that. So he's trying to bide his time, hoping for an opportunity to present itself. Perhaps number 5 car gets held up by a slower car somewhere, and certainly going into turn 7 there, the Dodge Viper arrests the progress very slightly in number 5 car, but on this occasion, I don't think Jordan Taylor is close enough to take advantage leading on to the main straightaway. But that is the battle for now 3rd position, with Olivier Pla having moved on through and pulled well away, already through the chicane as numbers 5 and 10 cars come into that turn 10, turn A complex. Using every inch of the road there, and again down the hill into turn 12.
Now the issue at the back of the 60 car has been sniffed out by John de Geese. Broken drive pins on the back of that car, says John de Geese. He's just tweeted that. take too long to fix. So they'll take the pain in the pit stops and hope that the drivers can make some of that time back up out on the circuit. 22 laps since the last pit stops at the head of the field. GTD starting to get interesting again as Andy Lally leads. He's gone through in the 44 Audi.
Yeah, and he's got, the 73 car's right ahead of him there, isn't he? And that's
yeah, I just want to go a lap down.
The lap down, yeah, that's right. That's the car that ran very, very well early on. Quick spin there for Matt McMurray, and he's now within firing range here. We're going a lap down.
Yeah, and here it is.
Good run out
about to
of
happen.
5, didn't he?
This is Andy Lally. Matt McMurray will know how important this is. Andy Lally.
It's Patrick Lindsay.
Excuse me, Patrick Lindsay, yeah. It was Matt McMurray that had the spin at this point of the circuit between 6 and 7. And Patrick will know just how important it is to stay ahead. Man, that Porsche gets out of turn 7 really well. Audi now starts to close in at the kink at 9. It's not going to be close enough, gets into top gear. Lindsay goes defensive. Now, can the R8 LMS put some pressure on? This is leader in class versus the 9th place car, but trying to stay on the lead lap, the black and red Porsche. Down to turn 1. Little dab on the brakes to make sure the pads are there from Patrick Lindsay. Turns in. You need to get too close to the apex there because there is a big bump, and if you stay about a foot away from the interior curb there, inside curb there, you take a little bit of the bump out of the left rear suspension. A little dab on the brakes down through the S's there. Patrick Lindsay trying very hard. Meantime, the leader, Eric Curran, puts another lap on the Stevenson Audi going through turn 1. He's only got 3 seconds now. Eric Curran, that is, between himself and Olivier Plat, goes side by side with one of the Turner Motorsport BMWs coming through turn 3 into 4. That's very, very brave indeed by Ollie Plat. But he's gained a bit of ground there, I think, as he carves his way through the traffic. He's got a prototype in front of him, which is the 55 Mazda. That's 11 laps down. Will be more difficult to get by. Meantime, Jordan Taylor continues to try and close down Joao Barbosa for 3rd position. My goodness, this is starting to heat up again. In GTD, Andy Lally leads from Andrew Davis in 2nd. About 20 seconds between those two, 44 and 6. That 23 Porsche of Alex Riberas is in 3rd position. Alex hoping to hold on to his silver status for next year. Big shuffle of GT Daytona drivers. He's got 2.3 seconds to make up on Davis, and he's got 4.2 in hand over Matt Bell in 4th position in the 2nd of the Stevenson Audis. Brian Sellers now with a 6-second deficit is behind the wheel of the 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, and he is in 5th position trying to chase down Matt Bell whilst thinking about where he's going to put that last box of stuff that he hasn't unpacked from his house move yet.
I think he's unpacked everything. He
stayed up all night to make sure.
So, yeah. It doesn't matter if he's in the middle of a race weekend. The race leader in GTLM remains James Collado. He's just completed his 121st lap, and he's got a pretty handy lead now over Dirk Mueller in the 2nd place car. That's number 66 for GT, about 11 seconds. He's also got a PC car in between them as well. Managed to find a way past Misha Goikberg. And that is 120 laps completed by those cars. The race leaders have completed 125.
Hello to Mrs. World Champion Kelly McNish, who is tuned in while watching Strictly as well. Not sure I approve of that, to be honest, Kelly. Although, frankly, our pit lane reporters have very, very twinkle toes here. Not quite as many sequins, though. Jeremy Shaw is a bit fleet of foot as well, but he doesn't like to tell anybody that. More ailment, more problems for the 55 car, and ironically, exactly where it's conked out the last time, at the top of turn 3. Tristan Nunez was about 5 yards further on when he pulled to a stop. Now the lights are on, but I don't think there's any power home at the moment as the team car goes through in 6th position for Joel Miller. The 55 car stricken at the side of the circuit for Spencer Piggott, and he'll have to have that move from there. It won't be, that is not a safe position if he can't get that moved. Now this is going to scramble things here, Jeremy, as we're just coming through to another hour of racing with pit stops for the leaders about 27, 28 laps ago. Not a million miles away from their next stop. Oh, and there's damage to the rear of the 70 car as well. The left rear, well, what I would call the legality panel if we're in World Endurance Championship racing, the bit behind the rear wheel, the cheese wedge, if you're a Trivial Pursuit fan, that has gone completely. So there's been some contact there. The problem is, I think it's taken the rear lights with it. So when we get closer to darkness, that rear end is going to have to be replaced, and indeed dives into the pits now. This is the 55 now coming in, and it's the 55, sorry, not the 70 that has that missing. He had got going again as I looked away from the circuit, and I'm being told by Bubba Clark that he is going straight behind the wall. He's monitoring the radio communications for us. Thanks, Bubba. And he went straight in out of the pit lane. There's a spectator area that he's in at the moment. He's down into first gear, all kinds of lights flashing at the moment as he heads down towards the Mazda awning and has to try and swing the car in. Well, it does a really good job actually getting it driven nose first into the garage. The 55 continues its troubled afternoon.
It does, doesn't it? And number 70 car, I'm not sure is all particularly well there at the moment either. He's Joel Miller is losing a lot of ground to Pipo Derani.
The Mazda Racing Twitter feed reporting that Spencer had loss of power again. He's reset the electronics. Back behind the wall now, as we saw.
Celebrated his 23rd birthday a couple of days ago.
Ollie Gavin as well was 30 that day, apparently. 30, Ollie told me he was. Yeah. So, so the 50 quid you owe me, Ollie. Well, was he 30 several, was he?
30 few, yeah. Actually 30 quite a few, I guess.
Joao Barbosa in the 5 car for Action Express 3rd position.
30-14, huh?
Down to the bottom of the hill, Jim Rowland deciding 50 several is a good number to be for a while. Yes.
I used to play that game.
Well,
no point now.
That makes me 40-13.
Yeah, he's 30-14. So.
Very good. So the battle then at the moment is for 3rd position. Problem is I keep forgetting, Jeremy.
Subject here.
As I get older, I keep forgetting.
Where are our race leaders here now? Because they're pretty much nose to tail as they came across the start-finish line. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th is also nose to tail.
Correct. 2 pairs of cars, Jeremy, at the head of the field. Pla and Curran separated by nothing at all, and Taylor and Barbosa similarly in traffic as well, with Patrick Lindsay right there. And Patrick has indeed lost the lead lap to the 44 of Andy Lally in GT Daytona, as the battle for overall 3rd and 4th goes by him. Must be pretty close as well for Christina Nielsen, who is still out there to take her championship in terms of doing her 3 hours. She's got, what, a couple of minutes to go, 3 minutes to go. It's a real momentous occasion for Christina, becoming the first female driver to win an IMSA Championship since 2009, when Melanie Snow took the GTC category, effectively the forerunner of the GT Daytona category, although it was all Porsches in those days. The leaders are together through the S's. Pla wants to be by. The body language of the car is that he has the pace. I'm showing the guy ahead I've got the pace. I'm moving around in his mirrors. I've got the right car underneath me. I don't need that traffic, but I'll use it if I can. As Eric Curran goes down the inside of the 4 Corvette. Super driving by Ollie Gavin, who held his line there. Ollie in 3rd position in GTLM. And here comes Pla. And for once, gets the run on the leader down the inside. The LMP2 car getting the aerodynamic advantage and goes through at 10 air, and Pla is back into the lead for Michael Shank Racing, and immediately puts a gap between himself and Eric Curran. Very different approaches to this race, very different outcomes being looked for by these two teams. The 60 car want to go out for it with a win for this car, for this project, and for John Pugh. The 31 fighting, Jeremy, for the championship against its teammate, the number 5.
Yeah, just came out to the 3-hour mark then, and this car, number 60, led the first 33 laps of the race until that first round of pit stops when he had a problem, and it's taken until now, lap 131, where Olivier Pla regains the lead. Look how much he's romped away from Eric Curran already. Then we look the gap to 3rd and 4th places as they fight their way past the Change Racing Lamborghini. Great battle between these two continues, with Joao Barbosa just about holding off Jordan Taylor.
It's magnificent stuff. That's why the traffic adds a whole different dimension, Jeremy. It really does. Christina Nielsen, we're hearing from Shea Adam, our Continental Tire pit lane reporter, along with Jim Roller for this race. Will pit as soon as the 3 hours have elapsed, which will be in 8 seconds from now. So one more lap for Christina Nielsen before she's done enough time to be confirmed as Drivers' Champion in GT Daytona.
Yeah, so that's 2 Drivers' Championships settled already, 3 hours into the race.
Yes, good point. That's good. Tick them off. That's
Tick
good.
those 2 down, yep.
Yeah. Keep reminding me of that.
There's a replay on board with number 60 car of Olivier Pla getting the great draft there from the Daytona prototype car with Eric Curran at the wheel, and dives down to the inside. This car much more nimble under braking, so an easy pass effectively for Olivier Pla.
Really was, Jeremy. Yeah. He wasn't on the optimum line at all there going into 10 air, and he actually made that look very, very easy indeed. Main time for 3rd position, Joao Barbosa and Jordan Taylor. Now, Joao Barbosa needs to keep his teammate in sight here, the 31 car. We'll go back to that in a moment, as Christina Nielsen has completed 3 hours, some 50 seconds ago. So unofficially, she has clinched the championship in the drivers category for GT Daytona, and joins a very, very small club of female driver champions. Melanie Snow, the only other one that I can think of in IMSA racing, is here this weekend. Jim Roller, did Lynn St James win an IMSA championship back in the day?
I believe she did, John.
Thank you very much. Lynn St James, who was up here talking to us last year. That's a little bit before my time, Jeremy, if I'm honest. I'll defer to you and Jim about that one, or the collective at IMSA Radio. Certainly Melanie Snow, who's here this weekend on the 48 pit box, watching Madison driving this weekend. Now, in GT Daytona, it's closed back up again, as Andy Lally will be the next to come across the line in that battle 37 seconds between Lally and Davis, but after that, 6:23 and 9, all covered by a 1/10 and a half. Well, Christina's decided she's liking this enough that she'll stay out now. Pressure's off now, Jeremy. That's for her, at least. She can enjoy this. It would have been awful for her in that first 3 hours, hoping against hope that everything was going to be okay. Very relaxed behind the wheel. Economy of movement, very tidy driver in every sense of the word. Has improved race by race and is a very competent race driver, and now has a title to her name. Now, Eric Curran has dropped 2.5 seconds to Olivier Pla, but he's got 11.5 seconds over Joao Barbosa. Probably a good time, as we've just gone through 3 hours, Jeremy, to remind everybody of the championship standings in prototype between the 31 and 5. Because those two teammates are the guys who are disputing the championship. Everyone else pretty much out of it.
Sorry, what was the question?
The 31 and 5 championship positions.
31 and 5, yeah. 1 point was the separation between those two in favour of the number 31 car. So if the number 31 car stays ahead of number 5, game over. Effectively, here's the race leader onto pit lane. This should be...
And followed in by the 31, yep. Jeremy.
Yep.
Shea Adam has the Action Express 31. Jim Roller, though, has the race leader, the 60 first of all.
Yeah, the 60 car comes to a stop. Oz Negri will get in. Olivier Pla climbs out. The driver assist person is helping Oswaldo get in. And brand new Continental tires going on this car. A bunch of fans have signed this car, John. It's actually wonderful. They had a Sharpie when the grid was open, and a bunch of the fans have signed the front hood and bonnet of the car. So there's signatures all over the front of the car. It looks pretty cool. They are having problems with the rear tire again, just like we heard. Lugnut goes out into the fast lane. This time it is the left rear tire again. So that's what the problem is, John. It isn't out on the racetrack. It is with changing the left rear tire.
Fuel and tires only for the number 31, Eric Kern, staying behind the wheel of that car. The 3 makes its way onto pit lane as well and into its pit box. Mike Rockenfeller taking over for Jan Magnussen in that car. 4 new Michelin tires going on to the 3, and a whole lot of fuel, as there's a little bit of smoke out of the rear brakes because they are working them hard. The driver change nearly complete. Now the driver's side door shuts just as the car drops off at Jackson. The fueler pulls out the hose. Perfect timing by the number 3 crew. The number 10 has also come into the pit lane, the Wayne Taylor Racing Dallara. This is the last go for this car. It will be making its final appearance in IMSA competition during the course of today's race. No driver change will be taking place for this machine. Jordan Taylor staying behind the wheel, but he is getting 4 Continental tires. I believe those are scrubs. Let me get a good look at it when the tire changer pulls it off the wall. Yeah, those are not shiny. There's a line down the middle, though. They could be new. They don't look brand new, and they don't have stickers, but they are sticker tires. Jordan Taylor goes back out. Now the fueler comes off the wall from the number 63, so Christina Nielsen will be bringing her Scuderia Course Ferrari down the pit lane. Interesting note, though, John, it's not Alessandro Balzan on the pit wall, helmeted and ready to take over. It's Jeff Siegel. So Alessandro Balzan will have to wait a little bit longer to claim his GTD championship. For the time being, Christina Nielsen is the sole championship winner. That's a game that they are playing.
No, that's actually not the case. They're paired together, those two. So as long as the silver driver, or one of the silver drivers, completes the minimum
3 hours,
the minimum distance, that's good for the both of them.
Got you. Okay.
Here's a number 2 car, and he's been closing right in on number 5. They're both on the pit lane now. I'm not sure. Yeah, Durrani has shown us having got past Barbosa on that lap as they both came into the pit. So 2 leaders now onto pit lane, number 2 and number 5.
fuel and tires for the number 5. Much like the team car, they are mirroring the strategy. No driver change will be taking place on that Action Express DP. The 63 is coming down the pit lane. It needs to be careful because the 2 came out of its pit box. That looked pretty tight from this angle. I'm sure it wasn't from someone standing right in front of it, but Christina Nielsen on the pit lane speed limiter, aiming towards her box, hits her marks perfectly. There is plenty of room for the tire change to begin. They do a staggered change. They do the right rear and the left front, and then alternate around. Christina walking over to the pit wall, looking a little bit tired, but also a bit of a smile on her face as she knows she did a good job. Lays down on the pit wall, and Alessandro Balzan comes over to thank his teammate and to say good job. She's lying there soaking in the moment. Meanwhile, the pit stop continues. Jeff Siegel puts the car into gear. There's a bit of damage on the right rear of the car. The rear diffuser is hanging down just a little bit, not enough to really have too much of an effect, and he goes out on sticker tires. These Contis that came off of that Ferrari that got Christina Nielsen to her first championship, though, sit on the wall next to her as the crew gives a big round of applause.
And Shay, that was a lot closer than it actually looked from where you were. The 2 car and the 63. It was a bit of a close moment, but no harm, no foul. Routine stop for the 63. Sticker Continental tires went on there. No driver change and fuel. I've caught up with Olivier Pla at the pit for the number 60 MSR team. And Olivier, I got to tell you, that was one heck of a session. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the car is flying at the moment. We have the pace, so it's very early in the race. So we have to see. We have a small problem in one wheel, you know, on the rear wheel for the pit stop to remove the wheel. So we lost a bit of time there. So it's not easy, but in the car I have to push hard, and the car is really good. So let's see.
Now, did you scare yourself as much as you scared the rest of us when you hit the pit lane speed limiter?
Yeah, well, I could very quickly feel what's happening, you know. So I mean. All good, all okay at the moment.
All right. He's tired, John. That was a heck of a sit.
Christina Nielsen sitting on the pit wall. She's got her crew around for photos. Everybody is celebrating for this. The first woman champion since 2009 when it was Melanie Snow. She's sitting on a pit box a little bit further down pit lane. Girl power. But first, congratulations, the 2016 GTD champion. Did that feel good? Champions.
Champions.
For sure. You and Alessandro and the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great effort. I got hit by Corey Lewis in the rear pretty early, so I lost the rear camera. The mirror went loose as well, so I never had the right side camera, and the team did a great job spotting for me, helping me out, keeping me motivated, and just keeping me calm, because I get a little bit pissed off when somebody hits my baby.
Early on in the week, Jeff Siegel was talking about how you guys had 3 championships to go out there and win. You got one of them, but now you're looking toward the other 2, aren't you?
Yeah, right now I want to get something to drink and eat.
Congratulations, you've earned it. Let me see if I can get Alessandro Balzan really quick. Alessandro, it's another championship for you in the United States. What do you think of your co-driver here? Pretty good, huh?
Well, I'm speechless, you know. She drove 3 hours straight. Unbelievable. This season, she always been great. I'm really lucky to be part of Scuderia Corsa. We won Le Mans. They won Le Mans. We won Sebring. We won the Glen. We won the championship. We have something more to win today. I want really to drive, and I'm really looking forward to finish the race
and go for another win. Was it always the plan to have Christina in the car for those 3 hours to get the championship?
It was really weird for me. Usually, you know, I always finish in the race. She finished the job today, so I have to say I really like this. Not sweating at all, looking, everything is cool. It's cool.
The pure definition of teamwork. Congrats, Alessandro.
Thank you very much.
Like it indeed. Christina was the AM champion in ADAC GT in 2013, where she shared drives with Alan Simonson and Sean Edwards on the way to the class win. Alessandro Balzan, her co-champion in GT Daytona. Congratulations to them, but Scuderia Corsa have still got a job to do, as you heard there. And I think that was a pretty aggressive tactic there from those guys, Jeremy, to put Christina in to do her 3 hours straight off the bat. It's the right thing to do, but it's still pretty aggressive at the start of the race in the heat of the day.
Yeah, I mean, she's used to starting a race. She generally qualifies to start, so it's nothing unusual. It's nothing new for her, and certainly it makes sense to get everything out of it. Get that. The first goal is to complete that minimum distance. Then they know they're assured of championship points. In this case, that's going to be enough to clinch the championship for them as well. So, no, perfect strategy, perfectly executed.
You're listening to IMSA Radio. We're live from trackside and have been all season. And what a season it's been for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. The only broadcaster to have our team all the way through the season. We've just had another champion crowned here with Christina Nielsen securing the Drivers' Championship for her and her teammate Alessandro Balzan. The first time since 2009 that a woman has been an IMSA champion, and that 2009 IMSA champion is with Shea Adam.
Melanie Snow, the emotion for you of finally seeing another woman. It's been so long, 6 years, almost 7, since you were crowned champion. Now to see Christina, and you're the first person there. What class, I have to say. Big round of applause to you.
Thank you. No, I was so excited. I was sitting in turn 10 and I heard that she had just won it and clinched it, and so I ran down here and came over. I'm so excited for her. She's worked so hard for this and wanted it so bad, and just my heart goes out to her and her family and how much she's worked for it, and she really truly deserves this. So congratulations, Christina. We're so happy for you.
And you're of course watching on the number 48 pit box as well. Whenever Madison's in the car, he's already got a couple wins here at Petit Le Mans. Can you give him any words of advice coming into this race anymore?
Oh no, anything I say to him, he doesn't listen anyway, so no words of advice from me, but I always, of course, wish them the best and their team, and the Paul Miller Racing's done such a great job for them this year, and I'm just happy that they're out here doing this, and we'll hope for the best, and maybe we'll be back on the podium this race.
We're glad to see you in the pit lane. Good luck today.
Thank you. Thanks.
Very classy move by Melanie Snow, dynasty of snow racing drivers. We've got a full course caution. Full course yellow. It's for contact and debris on the circuit at turn 3 rather. Fred Machiavecchi absolutely nailing the back of Andy Lally to the point where he just about lifted the Audi off the ground, the GTD 44 car, and he has not done the front of his Porsche 912 any good at all. He's punched a huge hole in it. Now, unless Andy locked up or checked up early, I'm not sure why that would have been. Now, earlier on as well, Jeremy, we were talking about the state of the circuit here. Turns 10A and 10B, and now across the top at turn 2 and 3, beginning to show signs of damage to the surface of the racetrack. It's beginning to be pulled up around there. Big damage to the front of Machiavecchi with debris on the circuit. No choice at all but to throw the full course yellow. We last pitted just 7 laps ago at the head of the field, but this is falling relatively nicely for the GT Le Mans runners. Damage there right on the racing line at the top of turn number 2 and 3. That's just after 3 actually, and that's break up. Did get a bit of frost damage around here. There's some in 12 as well that's been patched, as we'll expect to see the cars coming into the pit lane as soon as the pit lane opens. This might just fall as well quite nicely for the prototype challenge runners. Shea Adam, I think they were already up on the wall, most of those guys.
Tom Kimber-Smith certainly was. He was standing there when Christina Nielsen got out of the car and laid down on the wall, and he sort of looked at, oh, there's someone there. So yeah, the 52 is coming in to do a driver change. I see, is that James French or Kyle Marcelli? I think it might be Kyle up on the wall for the number 38, the Performance Tech, which means that Kenton Cook is finally getting out of that car. And for the 8, we do have crew guys ready, but I don't see a driver prepared to take over for the Starworks entry. Oh, and just another quick note, we did see the number 67 Ford come back out from behind the wall. Thanks to Jack Strzelowski, we believe they did a floor change on that car.
Standing by with the 912, they've brought out a new front valance, a piece that will replace what is damaged. They've got fresh Michelins. No drivers standing by, though, so they're going to leave Fred in the car.
Thanks, Jim. Well, very strange incident at the top of the hill. Fred Mattavecchi, a pilot who, driver who makes very few mistakes, completely misjudging the speed of the 44 of Andy Lally ahead of him. As the pits are closed, but we've got the 38 car of Kenton Cook in the pit lane share.
This should be emergency service only. I don't think he had enough fuel because those guys were up on the pit wall before anyone else. Now they removed the fuel hose. That's exactly what it was. Kenton nailed it.
Well, better to do that and take a slight penalty in terms of the track position for later than to run out on the circuit.
Yeah, he was about 20-odd seconds behind the race-leading car, number 52 car, driven now by Jose Gutierrez. That's the PR1 Matheson Motorsports entry. Those are the first two cars in the PC class. Alex Popov for Starworks Motorsports in kind of 8 is in third place. And just waiting to see whether he gets the wave around here. I think he was still on the same lap as the first two.
Race control telling the teams this will be an extended yellow longer than 15 minutes. Wayne Taylor Racing just telling Jordan Taylor that is the case as well. So if you're listening back in the UK at 7:30 in the evening, might be a chance to get the kettle on, grab yourself a sandwich, something to eat. If you're here on Eastern time in the States at 2:30, definitely time to have a bite to eat. If you can slip away for a moment, you're not going to miss anything. Yes, Jeremy. This is where Jeremy and I stagger our pit stops until the pits are open, and then we can, if the pits are open and the pit lane team, the Continental Tire pit lane team, are doing their magic, Jeremy and I can pit together. That's how it works here. 6 hours and 41 minutes to go. Live from trackside for the 19th Petit Le Mans, presented by Harrah's Cherokee Casino, and the race is won and lost in the pits, and here they come, Jeremy.
And we're only now 20 minutes away, no, 40 minutes away from the 4-hour mark in this race. So everybody will be able to pit now, and they will be able to get to the 4-hour mark.
And race through the 4-hour mark.
And race through the 4-hour mark. So we shouldn't see really any other scheduled pit stops between now and then. All the leaders, some of the leaders are coming onto pit lane.
In down the pit lane, having just pitted 7 laps ago, 9 laps ago, the number 60 is back in. Jim Roller.
Yeah, back in, a little bit of fuel, and they cleared out the radiators. There was tire debris and whatnot in the radiators, so they cleared that out and sent him back on his way. Also, the 0, the Delta Wing, has pitted, and the number 20, the PC car, has come in, as has the 70 Mazda.
Driver change going on for the number 52. Tom Kimber-Smith was prepared to get in the car well ahead of them, finding out that this would be an extended caution. A bit of a blown strategy call, though, because now their pro is in under yellow conditions, as Tom does a pretty decent burnout to leave the pit box. That'll get some heat into those Continental tires, as it will be an extended track cleanup, as was the call from race control. The number 20 now leaves Don Yoon behind the wheel of that one, and the track sweeper is on the front straight.
While the track sweeper goes by the front straight, here comes Fred Mattavecchi, and boy, this Porsche is looking a little bit secondhand in the front left side. There's all kinds of fiberglass damage. The tire change will take place first as they take the front tires off. They are going after the valance with a screwdriver. These aren't quick release. They've got to actually take them off with a screwdriver, ripping pieces of fiberglass off. Lots of steam coming off the front of the car and the brakes. They're going to have to check and make sure, yes, there is damage to the light assembly. So it's flopping around, but it's fitting back into the valance. So, boy, a design change that's been very important for this team. Back in the day, this is where the radiators were, and absolutely fantastic that they're not there now, because it would be a long fix for this car. But there's enough damage to the underside of the pickup points for this bodywork that they're having a little bit of trouble to get it on. They've got the exterior clips are going on quite easily, but the underneath and interior clips don't seem to be matching up as well. As there's, as I said, there seemed to be some extra stuff flopping around, as now it looks like they're getting it seated properly. they're struggling with it, but they're starting to make some progress. So they've changed the rear tires so they'll have four fresh Michelins. Now one of the mechanics is actually sitting on his bum and kicking the front valance as it falls off again. So this is going to be more than the work of a moment, John.
Yeah, it is, and there's going to be an extensive track cleanup here, as Shay was just saying. There's a lot of debris around the track in any case, just rubber debris. We've got various sweepers out on track, so I think this is certainly a great opportunity to get it done. I don't know whether that was both Barfield out there as well. Certainly making a track inspection up at turn 2, turn 3 area. But it's certainly a good opportunity to clean up this racetrack and make for a bit of an unfortunate delay now. But at least we'll clean up the track and it'll be much better for racing once we get back to green. But clearly there's a little bit of a surface breakup there, and that has thrown a lot of debris around. If we're not careful, of course, that's going to cause a lot of punctures, so that you don't want either. As the repair work continues on that number 912 car, now we see all the other GTLM leaders coming onto pit lane. Number 62, 66, 4.
Very busy down here now, Jeremy, as they have actually decided to go ahead now. The 62 has come in, the 48 is in, driver change. Madison Snow will be getting into that car. Patrick Pile gets out of the 911. The 23 car is pitted, and meanwhile the work on the 912 is carrying on. What they've decided to do, fellas, is they've actually have to take the left front fender off as well. So the left front fender is what's causing the problem with the front valance. So this is much more damage than what they thought. So they've got to take the left front fender off, then they'll put a new one on, and then they'll put the front valance back on. Shay?
It got very busy up here very quickly. The number 4 Corvette came in, fuel and tires, no driver change there. But for the number 68 Ferrari, we did see a driver change. Keep your eyes on that for the timing and scoring. Did not see who got in because I was watching the number 33, the Dodge Viper pit stop. They did not take Mark Miller out of the car, but they did give him some new Continental rubber. This is the first time he'll be going out on new tires because the last time he went out on scuffs. The 66 now has Le Mans winner Dirk Mueller behind the wheel of that car. He got fuel and tires as well. And Tony Violander, as Jim said, now behind the wheel of the number 62 Risi Ferrari.
So further up pit lane, as I said, it was Madison Snow that got in the 48 car. Fresh tires there. The 12 car now, the work is complete. That car fires up. So it has had a left front fender change and a front valance change. The 38 car is going to be coming in as well. That's one of your PC contenders. So this has been a very busy set of pit stops.
Thank you very much indeed to our Continental Tire pit lane team for keeping us across all of that. An extended period in the pit lane for Fred McAvecchi, but of his own making. I suspect he might be called for a penalty at the end of this session as well. Whilst we've got a moment, because this is going to be an extended yellow, we've got Scott Clark joining us here in the booth, who is the Executive VP and COO of Michelin North America. First of all, Scott, welcome to IMSA Radio.
Well, thank you for having me.
It's good to see you again, and already been a very exciting 3.5 or thereabouts hours, and a very, very exciting season for Michelin. You come to race to learn things. You're learning things today, as you have been all year.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, every race we learn things that allow us to make better tires for not only the race cars, but importantly for all the consumers out there and the fans, so that we can keep them safer and give them better performance.
Kind of on home ground here, because not very far up the road you've got a big facility.
That's right. Our North American headquarters is not too far from here in Greenville, South Carolina. Of course, the homeland, you know, is not too far from Le Mans over in France, but you're right. Our North American headquarters is not far from here.
Now, in GTLM, very, very tight. 0.65 of a second in qualifying between the whole 10-car field. Everybody chooses your tyres, and I pick that word advisedly, because that's not a spec tyre class, there is potential competition, and indeed you've had it with Falcon in the past. Is that important to you? You like people using your tyres, but you would welcome competition?
No, absolutely. You know, we love competition. Competition makes everybody better. It forces us or encourages us to innovate and innovate faster. And you know, competition is really in our culture at Michelin, and that's what we love about IMSA in this class, is the fact that it is open competition, and that the competition, even among the teams, is so intense. As you mentioned, the top 7 cars within 0.3 of a second.
Unbelievable.
You know, everybody is pushing hard to innovate, and that's why we're here.
There's very few areas of motorsport on 2 or 4 wheels, on-road or off-road, where there is actually an open tyre formula. The ACO regulations and the IMSA regulations in that GTLM, GTE class is one of them. And of course, it's also very relevant to the road cars, because these tyres are on cars that look, and in some ways, perform very much like the very high-end performance vehicles that many of the fans out here either own or would like to own.
That's right, and you know, it's one of the things we love about IMSA and GTLM, is the fact that, as you said, the teams choose Michelin, but you know, it's interesting. The car manufacturers of each of these vehicles that run a GTLM also choose Michelin for the road cars, and the fact that we're able to learn here with the race car, take that learning back to their street car, and really develop a relationship with our partners. Ultimately, the consumer wins with that, and that's why we're here.
For many years in motor racing, Scott, we've talked about the trickle down of technology, whether it was in the late 50s, early 60s, disc brakes, whether it's been aero, hybrid technology as well. I feel as though some of those engineering innovations have effectively the speed of which they've come to market has actually increased. It's not so much of a trickle down now, it's a waterfall. Same for tyre technology?
Absolutely. You know, I think sometimes people think that when we talk about trickle down and track to street, that it's just purely marketing, but it's real. It's very real. You know, if we look at the ultra high performance tires that we sell for the street today, a lot of the technology that has come from what we've learned at the 24-hour Le Mans over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's really important to make us innovating and making the best tires possible.
And endurance is an important characteristic, of course, for street tyres. So going to somewhere like Le Mans, regulations here are slightly different. It's you can often change the tyres at every stop, but at Le Mans, if you can reuse the tyres double, triple, quadruple stint, then you get a performance advantage, and that must be fantastic for you guys. Effectively, you've got 200-mile-an-hour laboratories out there.
That's what we love about endurance racing, and particularly, as you said, the rules at Le Mans, where we're able to see, you know, at literally tires that go 400 miles, 300 plus miles, and at the end of the stint, at the end of their 300 miles, they're turning as fast a times as they did when they were brand new. And that's really what Michelin's all about. It's about not only having tires that perform real well, but that last a long time, and really what we call sort of a total balanced performance. And that's what we strive for, and we learn a lot here that helps us do that.
Scott, I really appreciate you coming in. I know it's a busy weekend. I also know you want to watch some racing as well. Thank you for your support of the sport, and keep that technology flooding down into our street cars, won't you?
Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it.
Scott Clark, the Executive VP and COO of Michelin North America. We're going back to green in just a few moments' time. A quick update first from Shea Adam. Problems at her end of the pit lane.
Yeah, the number 8, the Starworks car, the championship leading PC car, came into the pits. Alex Popov, having gotten his time, got out of the car, but now the car is sitting on the pit lane with no wheels on there, having issues with the brakes.
As we go back to green flag racing, and immediately there's a challenge for the lead. Eric Curran and Jordan Taylor are side by side as they go across the line through turn number 1. The red and white 31 and the dark grey number 10 are side by side, and through turn 3. A marvellous overtaking manoeuvre on the inside. Jordan Taylor found room when there was none. Surely, did he somehow draw in his breath and make that Corvette prototype about 3 feet narrower than it should have been? That was a brilliant manoeuvre by Jordan Taylor to take the lead for Wayne Taylor Racing. And immediately he pulls out a little gap on Eric Curran. João Barbosa, the teammate, remember the 31 and the 5 battling for the championship, absolutely together. Then Pipo Durrani, Osnegri. This has closed the whole field back up again. Joel Miller only another 2/10 back in the Mazda, all still on the lead lap, and Sean Rahal is going to be steaming down the back straight. But here comes the 60, Oz Negri Jr. He's forced Pipo Derani down into the inside, and to be slightly defensive there as they were both closing on Joao Barbosa. 10, 31, 5, 2, 60, 70, 0. That's your top 7, and that's how quickly they're coming down across the start-finish line right now. Jeremy Shaw, brilliant restart from Jordan Taylor, and a fantastic coolish tyres move at the top of the hill. That was confidence.
Yeah, that was sensational, wasn't it? I mean, that car started last. It's now on lap 149 in the lead of this race. The Taylor brothers.
How did he get through?
I have no idea. I think number 31 car must have had a bit of a slide in turn 1 to give Jordan Taylor an opportunity to get alongside and going up the hill and into turn 2. And then he made the pass there. But boy, you know, the Taylor brothers knew their only chance of winning this championship effectively is to win the race and then hope that the two Action Express cars have some sort of problems. Well, they're doing what they can do right now. And the two Action Express cars are right behind him in second and third, and that is a championship battle as well. The top 3 cars in the championship are currently running out in the top 3 positions, but in the order third in the championship, first in the championship, second in the championship.
Jim Roller.
It's not the first time we've seen Jordan Taylor make a move like that. He did it at Long Beach. He's always aggressive on restarts. This is an absolutely fantastic battle that we're watching here at the front of the field. One quick note for you, BMW during that last round of pit stops made a late pit stop with its 2 cars, driver and brand new Michelins, but it was late in the session in the caution, so they waited till the end of the caution to make their pit stop.
The number 912 Fred McAvecchi newly repaired Porsche is in the penalty box for a total of 60 seconds stop and hold for the contact out on track with the number 44 Magnus.
Actually, I'm not sure about that, actually, Shay, if I'm honest. I think the stop and 60 was for working in a closed pit lane, replacing all 4 tyres whilst the pit lane was closed. Remember, they came in, and I think we're yet to see if there is an issue in terms of another penalty for the contact, as down at turn 10A a moment or 2 ago, Joao Barbosa passed his teammates. Pipo Derani still fighting with Joel Miller, and Eric Curran has just gone down a position. Check that, he's gone down 2 positions. No, Pipo Derani spinning at turn 6. That was literally a moment ago as the cars were coming round on the second lap after restart. As Pipo Derani looks down the inside of Eric Curran. It's a late move. Oh, man. Hits the curb.
He did well. I think he probably aborted the move at the last minute and kind of sacrificed himself there, John, because that was a move that was not on. And if he'd have made a contact there, that would have taken out the championship contender. That's not what you want to do. So I think I give Pipo great credit there, because I don't think there was any contact between those two, and he just lost a bit of ground. He knows he's got a fast car, so he'll be able to make it up again. But that move with the number 5 car past number 31, that has huge championship implications, because number 5 car came into this race 1 point behind the number 31. Whichever of those 2 finishes ahead of each other, that will determine their final championship order. So it's Jordan Taylor's kind of making his escape, or trying to, at the front of the field, and Eric Curran now, having lost a couple of positions, has got to settle himself down, but he's got his mirrors full now of the Ozzy Negri.
And Ozzy Negri is going to make that pass in exactly the same place. And behind him, it's Joel Miller. And all of a sudden, that 31 car of Eric Curran is dropping down the timing and scoring monitor. And Eric has done such a good job. Now, is this them having to tough it out on used tyres? I have to say, I can't remember what Shea told us about the 31 car as well. What a move that is into turn 1. And that's Joel Miller going through as well. And Curran now down to 5th position.
And that was a great strategic call by the Mazda Motorsport team there, because they elected number 60, number 70, and number 0 came in during that caution period. They'd only made a stop about 5 or 6 laps laps previously under green, so they didn't need to make a pit stop. But if you put fresh tyres on that car, that is the advantage you're going to have. And both the 5 and the 31 cars, though, they are on the same strategy. They both pitted about 5 laps before, or 5 and 7 laps respectively, before the caution period. Number 31 car came in before the number 5, but only by a couple of laps.
Yeah, and that does make a difference. Flapping livery on the side of that 31 car, that's not what's causing the problem, but that car has not got the pace that it had earlier on. Eric Curran a 17.4 last time around. As we head up towards the end of another hour of racing, or at least the end of another clock hour, with 6 hours and 23 minutes still to go at IMSA Radio. If you'd like to get in touch with us, if you're seeing something that we're not, or you've got a question to ask, we'll do our best to get the Continental Tire Pit Lane reporters on it for you. It's Jordan Taylor that leads. My goodness me, the lead change count here has been impressive, and not just on the pit stop cycle as well, but it's been that close, Jeremy, that any small mistake is going to cost time. People, Durrani's revved up as well, by the way, now 14.5 last time around. He's lost 20 seconds to the lead battle. He's only 7.777 seconds behind Sean Rahal in the Delta Wing, which again is showing good, consistent pace. Stayed on the lead lap, 6th position. In GTLM, Ollie Gavin for Corvette leads by just on a second from Tony Verlander in the 62. So that's a change around there, as Dirk Muller is in 3rd for Ford. Chevy, Ferrari, Ford, Ferrari, with Alessandro Perghidi that got in the 68 car, but he's 10 seconds further back. The top 3 cars separated by a second and a half in GT Daytona. Andy Lally by 0.7 of a second from Dion von Moltke in the 9 Stevenson car. Mike Skeen in the 6 is only another second further back. And then within another 2 seconds, there's 2 more cars. Mark Miller in the 33 Viper, and Madison Snow still behind the wheel of the 48 Lamborghini. Behind him, and right behind him, is Alex Riberas in the 23 Porsche. And then there's a 7.5 second gap. So 4 seconds separating the top 6 in GT Daytona.
And personal fastest laps there for 2 cars in the top 7 positions. Pipo Derani quicker again, a 1:14.4. Joel Miller in the number 70 Mazda prototype up into 4th place now, and all over the back of Ozzie Negri's car. It just turned a 1:14.6. And a little bit farther back, we saw that problem for the number 8 car. Lost a couple of laps with David Heinemeier Hansen is at the wheel of that car now for Star West Motorsports. He's in the 4th place in the class. He's just turned a 1:18.0, which is also that car's best lap of this race so far. So good job there by David Heinemeier Hansen, the California domiciled Dane, who's really a talented driver for a non-professional.
33 Mark Miller with Madison Snow right behind him, and now that battle is going to be shaken up by the arrival of GTLM and GTLM Agogo, as through comes the Corvette, followed by the 2 BMWs. It's all together as they fight their way through. Now the 2 BMWs at the moment driven by Augusto Farfus and John Edwards. The Corvette that's in there is the car that's off the pace of Mike Rockenfeller, having had the throttle problems earlier on. He's sitting down in 9th position and still some 4 laps away from the lead. They haven't been able to grab any ground back, but the pace is good. And at the moment, Madison Snow has been cut off a little from the back of Mark Miller's Viper, which is where he was a few minutes ago. And in fact, actually, Madison's going to have to get his eyes on his mirrors, because Alex Riberas is right behind him now in the 23 Porsche. Number 100 BMW. John Edwards with Augusto Farfus, touring car champion, at the wheel of the 25 now. Another man with BMW running through his veins. 2 Stevenson cars running in line astern as well, 9 from 6. And just a second and a half ahead of them, Andy Lally is leading the class. So Audi at the top of the field at the moment. Then Dodge, Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW and Ferrari, with BMW making up the top 10 in GT Daytona. And that top 10 all on the same lap in their class, and about 40 seconds with between Patrick Lindsay in 10th and Andy Lally leading the GT Daytona category.
Yeah, and did we see the number 73 car made a late stop there under that caution to make up some ground, so he kind of rejoined at the back?
Okay.
Is that what happened, I think? Maybe? I think.
Jim Roller?
That's a good job by the guys in the 48 car, Madison Snow and Brian Sellers. When I talked to Brian before the race, he said that they've really struggled to get heat in the tires all week, and so this warm weather is certainly playing into their hands. Hopefully they'll be able to stay amongst this fray, because it'll keep it interesting with 3 Audis, a Dodge, and a Lamborghini in the top 5. That'll be fun to watch as we get to nightfall.
Not going to have any disagreement from me there, Jim Roller. Now the battle for the lead is hotting up again as Jordan Taylor now has a new challenge behind him, that of João Barbosa. And João Barbosa has a new challenge behind him, that of Os Negri. Top
and Os Negri has a new challenge behind him in the form of Joel Miller.
Top 4 within 3.3 seconds, and there's traffic to come as the BMWs continue their formation fight through traffic. And here are the leaders just behind that battle. Oh, this is going to be really interesting because there's a GTT battle here as well. Jordan Taylor goes to the right-hand side. Looked like there was a pass there. I think Miller might have got position on the Os Negri car ahead of him. They'll be going side by side through the kick. Yes, they are. Who comes out ahead? It is still the 60 car as they're picking their way through GTD and GTLM cars. They come down to complete what will be their 158th lap, and Jordan Taylor will lead it across the line now. Behind him, João Barbosa. Oh, on the grass.
Ooh, that's
on
Miller.
Joel Miller on the dirt. Driver's right. Big intake of breath from Jeremy Shaw.
Ooh,
that was not 1, not 2, but all 4 wheels on the dirt. Jim Roller was breathing in as well there. Everybody in the pit lane took a step back a bit. So Taylor by a second from Barbosa, who has 8/10 on Os Negri. Joel Miller requiring a new race suit when he comes in next time around. Top 4 still separated by 2.2 seconds. And there's a 6-second gap back to Eric Curran, who's really dropped off the pace at 18.0 last time around. Now, that's a worry for the 31 team. Or, as I said, they are tactically saying, let's take the pain of a used set of tyres now and keep something for later.
They're on the same strategy tyre-wise, I believe, as the number 5 car. Might be wrong, but I think they both pitted within a lap or 2 of each other. I'm presuming that, that the Extra Express team, what they generally do, whatever they do to one car, they do to the other. So I would doubt they've split it. I'm willing to be corrected, but certainly the setups of the cars are identical. Oh, so that's number 73 car. Well,
yes, this is the car that pitted right at the end of that full course yellow. It's a left rear puncture. The fuel will go in as standard operational procedure. That's been done, so it'll be 1 tyre only. Oh, they've had trouble getting the airline out. Drops it down, and Max Ribas gets it into first gear and pulls away. They lose too much ground there. Didn't seem to. Must have had that late in the lap because his lap time wasn't too bad. Meantime, Eric Curran working his way through traffic. Still got to remember that every time I see something flapping on the side of that car, it's not a bit of tyre debris or anything like that. It is just the livery peeling back on the front left of that car. Mike Skeen driving the number 6 Stevenson Audi, just about to see the Porsche go by him. On a Porsche, it's a decent push out of the corner, but then really doesn't pull away. And that is the GTLM Porsche. Here comes the Delta Wing. It's going to make them both look like they're chained to a large tree stump. That is Sean Rahal. Close to a deal for next year, we hear, for the full season. Was very insistent that that's what his plan was, to be a full-time professional IMSA prototype driver next season. And he was insistent on that in our interview earlier on in the week. Meantime, Fred Makovecki did get the stop and hold for the pit lane infringement. Very lucky to have got away with the attack on the back of Andy Lally's car, who, by the way, still leads and is pulling away now from Dion van Moltke. Van Moltke 6 seconds behind, 5.5 actually, but he's pulling away from Mike Skeen, who can't shake off Mark Miller or Madison Snow. So 3rd, 4th and 5th in GTD, the 6 Audi, the 33 white and green Dodge and the 48 red and blue Lamborghini, all within, what, 1.5 seconds of each other. They're on the back straight now. Smart move by, now that was very interesting, because the Audi got a run on a GTLM Porsche there. And almost in a position for the number 9 of Dion van Moltke to be able to go through. As through the pit lane, the 9-0. Jim Roller was watching that one. That was the Spirit of Daytona car, the VisitFlorida.com car. And I think that, yeah, fuel only, I'm hearing from Jim. Thank you, Jim, from that.
Yeah, fuel only, John.
Yeah, car's a long way back. 50-odd laps off the pace now, number 90 car, after the problems they had earlier on. But as you were saying early on, no signs of quit there.
No. Mark Miller out of turn 5, looking forward. He's got Mike Skeen about 0.6 of a second ahead of him in the red version of the Stevenson liveried Audis. Behind him, about 0.3 of a second behind him, he's got Madison Snow, but he's closed up onto the back of the close up onto the back of the car ahead of him for a moment there. Madison Snow putting a challenge in as well. A bit further back down the field. Ray Barras is another 0.3 back in the Porsche. Brett Curtis in 7th in GT Daytona, but he's 20 seconds further back down the road. Audi, van Moltke trying to close down on the leader, but it's Skeen, Miller and Snow providing the entertainment in GTD at the moment. In GT Le Mans, Dirk Muller and Alessandro Perguidi are in 3rd and 4th position. Vielander in 2nd, and Ollie Gavin in 1st position in 11th place. And Ray Barras has closed right into Madison Snow now. So we've got Skeen, Miller, Snow and Ray Barras. 4 cars in that GT Daytona category. And that is from 3rd down over, all separated by about a second. In total, not between each one of them, I should say. Tony Vielander has Dirk Muller for company as he goes over the curbs at turn 3 and now heads into the S's. Taylor by 0.6 of a second from Barbosa, and Barbosa's just put his personal best in sector 3, the final part of the track. Oz Negri closing them down, and within a second, in a lap or two, Oz Negri's going to make this a 3-way fight for the lead. Joel Miller at the moment.
Who's dragged? Oh yes,
he's just dropped back a bit.
Just on that last lap.
Correct.
Actually.
He was doing 14, so now he's done a 15.5.
Yeah, so working their way through
traffic,
the cars. Yep.
I'll tell you what, Jeremy, there's plenty of racing left in this one. We've got 6 hours and 9 minutes. And for now...
So 10 minutes away, less than 10 minutes away now then from the first round of scoring for the Tequila Patrón North American Endurance Championship.
Well remembered.
Let's hope I remember when time comes. But the number 4 Corvette, by the way, is kind of inching away a little bit now from the battle for 2nd place in GTLM between Tony Vielander in the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari, coming over the top of the hill there at turn 2. And behind him is Dirk Muller. Then a longish gap back to The number 68 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi has taken over the wheel of that car right now. But
that car as well has lost a little bit of pace, Jeremy. Not massively, but just hasn't been able to hold on to the cars around it. Another cloud of dust on the start-finish line, as this time it was Sean Rahal dropping tyres onto the Georgia Clay. Famous, or should I say infamous, Georgia Clay. If you've ever had it on your clothes, throw your clothes away.
Or shoes.
Yeah.
That was a mistake of going out this morning.
You loved it, didn't you?
Yes, it was fun. There's also just because there's some great places to watch on this track, and it's kind of worth ruining
relatively easy
a pair
to
of
get
shoes
to as well, to be honest. Yeah, relatively easy to get to.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the battles again. It's the Skeen, Miller and Snow show at the front of the field. Taylor, Barbosa and Negri are now pretty much together, as Pipo Derani now will have a go, be the next driver to have a go at Eric Curran. And straight down the inside at turn 10, he gets there, he goes in, he's not quite there, has to check it up, sliding sideways for a moment. That was a little bit ambitious, sort of got there immediately, tried to make the pass as Eric was going by the 85 prototype challenge car. But Pipo's quick enough, he'll be there again in a wee while. Lap times at the head of the field within tenths of each other. Leader last time around 15.5, 15.4 for Barbosa, 15.2 for Osnegri, 10.5 and 60 at the front of the field. GTLM, Ollie Gavin 5 seconds now away from Vilander, who can't shake the 66 Ford from the tail end of that 62 Ricci Competizione Ferrari. There's a second between them, but that's all it is, and it's barely moved from that since the restart. Stephen Simpson picking up the pace in that 85 car, having just been passed by the train of prototypes, maybe getting a little bit of a tow down the front straight, but that was the car's fastest first sector, and anything under 30 seconds in that first sector is pulling along, and that was 29.7 for a PC car. That's pretty impressive for Stephen Simpson. Here comes that battle again with Pipo Derani. Not looking particularly patient at the moment, trying to overtake at every corner. Can't do that here. Well, IHG Rewards Club keys to the race includes patience, execute your pit stops, make sure you work the yellows. If you're in the hunt for the Tequila Patrón prototype North American Endurance Challenge, then make sure that in 6 minutes time you are leading your class, because that is the first slice of points that will be awarded. 5, 4, 3 and then 2 for everyone else. And still focus forward, because what we're looking for is the last couple of 3 hours of the race in the darkness. Do your best work in the dark. If you've got to sacrifice a little bit of time now, then do it. Live with the pain, because it'll all be better when the sun goes down.
So battle for, was it third place now in GTD. It's Andy Lally who still leads. The leaders working their way through a whole stream of traffic there, including once again the GTLM class leaders. That GTD though, it's Andy Lally who still leads by about 5 seconds over Dion von Moltke and the wheel of number 9 at Stevenson Motorsports Audi. The sister car, Mike Skeen, is the wheel of number 6, and he is holding off at the moment both Mark Miller in the number 33 Dodge that led early on, and Madison Snow in the number 48 Viper, and Alex Rubras in the number 23 Porsche as well.
Leaders embroiled in traffic, and it's not going to be easy for Jordan Taylor, and he's had to check up, and here comes Joao Barbosa, turn 7. He almost gets alongside before they turn in now. Jinks to the right-hand side of the circuit to avoid hitting the back of the leader, and Osnegri's right there as well, and we'll get a decent tour here. He might be able to get by the pair of them, but he's had to back out of it for a moment, has he? I can't tell who's going to get the best run here, because everyone's weaving left and right. 1, 2, 3 abreast as they come down the braking area for 10A. Everyone trying to make a move. Osnegri backs out of it, I think rather sensibly, if I'm honest. Joel Miller's caught right up again, and the top 4 in traffic, separated by less than 2 seconds as they come down to complete lap 168. Oh, right in front of the leaders. The 88 car has gone off, just about gets it back. Hasn't.
It was number 20.
Was it the 20? It is the 20, you're right. Yeah, it's Doug Yount in the car. 5th position in the PC category.
The smoke, the dust in front of us, a huge cloud of dust wafting away across the support lane, pit lane.
Wow, that was very close indeed.
Here he is.
Just understeers off Doug Yount, and the 5 car.
Good job, though.
Barbosa did a good job giving him room.
Didn't panic, yeah, true. And Don Yount didn't panic, he just kept the wheel straight.
Don't break, don't break, don't break.
Yeah, don't
break, don't do anything.
Yeah, he did a nice job to get it on and not lurch across the racetrack.
Yeah, rejoined at a very shallow angle. That was smart driving. At that point, really, you're just waiting to let the car settle down and suggesting in very small movements that it might like to get back onto the slightly darker, slightly more solid stuff that was slightly to your right. You don't really want to be hauling on it. Yes, can we be across there a bit, please? If you don't mind, please, car. I'll just think that way and just generally look in the general direction. Jordan Taylor then with a seconds lead, having been under pressure, but there's more traffic. 3 different categories of cars going into turn 1, GTLM, GT Daytona, and the prototype race leader. Oh, little touch there. Now, was that a sideways move? Did the car go around? No, not quite. My goodness, Joao Barbosa was close there as he just clipped the front of the number 33. That's Mark Miller, and Mark Miller's lost places there. All of a sudden, the GTT Viper is down to 6th position. So, just got a little tap there as he went through, had to lift off through the first part of the lap. And the leaders are back together again, right behind Alex Riberas. Right alongside Alex Riberas and right past Alex Riberas as they go down the back straight. Joel Miller again trying to get the long, fast run down the inside and does it. Goes by the Corvette. This is marvellous.
Yeah.
This is the battle for the lead. 4 cars still within 3 seconds, 10, 5, 60 and 70. So the dark grey, almost black, flat black and blue Chevy prototype from the 5, the white with the red, with the yellow stripings on them. As David Hennemeyer Hansen brings the number 8 car, the championship leader, into the pit lane and behind the wall. Behind the wall for the championship leader in prototype challenge.
Well,
and we're not even at half distance yet, Jeremy. Still 60 seconds to the awarding of points in the North American Endurance Cup.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, just a second, 1 minute away from that. You're right. And in the PC Championship, there's a 10-point advantage coming into this race for Alex Poppau and Renger van der Zande. Behind them is number 52 car in the points, which now takes over in the lead of the race. If it continues that way, then the number 8 car would have to 1, 2, 3, that would be their 3rd win. The other cars won 4, so they'd have to be within 10 points, which would be 6th position. And we have 7 PC cars here, and already one of them's out of the race, so I think it's okay in any case.
More battles in GTT as Snow and Skeen continue to battle. It's now time to start awarding points as we go inside 6 hours, and the first tranche of 5, 4, 3 and 2 in the classes can be awarded as they come across the line at the end of the lap now after this time. So Jeremy is going to do some arithmetic. Well, I remind you, you're listening to IMSA Radio live from trackside of the 19th Petit Le Mans, presented by Harris Cherokee Casino and Resort. We're on Sirius 106 and Sirius XM 145, XM 203, and around the world on the IMSA app. This is IMSA Radio live from Petit Le Mans.
The WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
Just under 6 hours to go, Jim Roller.
Yeah, John, doing some math here. Well, Jeremy's figuring out the DP drivers. I've got GT and GTD. Right now, Oliver Gavin and Tommy Milner lead with 32 points. They came in with 27. They're leading in GTLM right now, so they get the 5 points. So they are leading on 32. Then we've got a group of drivers. You've got Briscoe and Westbrook, who didn't score any points because they're not currently out on the racetrack running. So they're at 28. Then you've got Oberlin and Werner at 28, Pile and Tandy at 28, Bamber and Makaviki at 28, Marcel Fassler, who's teamed with Milner and Gavin, is at 28, and then Garcia and Magnussen are at 25 points, and then Hand and Mueller at 23. In GTD, Farnbacher and Ribeiras lead with 30 points. Then there's 29 points for Lally and Potter. 29 points also for Aschenbach and Bell in the 9 car. Then 28 points for Nielsen and Balzan. And then two drivers at 25 points, Sellers and Snow and Matt McMurray. So that's it in the GT category, and we'll get another points awarded in a couple of hours.